Good evening. I'd like to call to order the Wednesday, August 15, 2018 City Council meeting. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, please.
Okay. Albertson, absent. Bueller,
Here.
Danforth,
Here.
Lallam, absent. Manti, absent. Roby,
Here.
Solom,
Here.
Thorson, absent. Vilhauer,
Here.
Y.
Present.
Thank you.
Before we get started, I would like to introduce someone new who's sitting up here. We have Heath Von Eye. Today is his first day as the city engineer, and we're very happy that he's here, and this is a lot for the first day. So thanks for coming, Heath. Let's give him a hand. And I can't welcome Heath without thanking Colin for really going above and beyond and keeping things together as the acting city engineer during the interim while we hired Heath. And Colin did a fantastic job. So let's thank Colin. Did I say Colin Paulson? Yeah. All right. The first item on the agenda is public comment, and this is the period that's available for anybody to make a comment about something not on the agenda. Okay, Nancy, please state your name into the microphone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Nancy York, Ward A, former council person. I have to tell you, I had a big feeling of deja vu as I was coming up the steps this evening. But I just wanted to talk to you a little bit about the conversation that was going on the news today on the radio. A lot of talk about it around town, and a lot of people encouraged me to come tonight and say just a few words about the funding of the nonprofit organizations. The nonprofit organizations, and that's been a struggle for many, many years with the budget process. But what I would ask the council to do, if you're thinking about phasing those organizations out over a 3-year period, as I heard on the news, I would ask you to appoint a committee to really look at these organizations. Because even though another thing they said on the news was people are paying taxes, and some people might not even like that nonprofit organization. Well, when we pay our taxes, we pay them as a community. There may be people who have never had children, never had anybody in school, has no connection with the school. They still help support the school. There may be people that have never been to the swimming pool. They still help support the swimming pool. Now, if you look at some of the organizations, and I'll just use the Humane Society because that's one they talked about on the radio. If you look at that and what's going to happen if we don't fund it, do you think they'll be able to be self-funding, or do you think after you quit supporting it, all the stray dogs are going to disappear, all the stray cats are going to disappear? No, it's going to be a burden to somebody. That's part of living in a city and part of being part of a community that we support, even the organizations that we don't necessarily have anything to do with. No dog in the fight, if I might say. And search and dive rescue. The police and fire department, I'm sure, can attest to how many times they use that organization for everything in this city. I mean, if you have a 4-year-old that's out there in the water and you can't get to them, you're pretty darn glad that you paid some taxes to have a search and rescue team that can go out there and save that child. Same thing for every one of the organizations. You need to look at them and see what benefit it is to this community as a whole. You know, what's it going to cost the city? We're always doing cost analysis. You know, we do cost analysis for the rec center. Some people say, nobody ever asked me if I wanted a rec center. Nobody ever asked me if I wanted a swimming pool. But do a cost analysis and see what dollars you'd be putting out if it wasn't for this organization. Many of those organizations have volunteers as workers. If the city owns it, it's going to be all paid employees, courtesy of the city. Because like I said, we're still going to need those services. We're still going to have stray dogs. We're still going to have stray cats. And somebody's going to have to take responsibility for that. And will the Humane Society be able to exist without the city dollars? I'm not sure. I know they do some fundraising for themselves, trying to help themselves, but it's an organization that is run by a lot of good people with a good interest in something in Watertown. So my comments tonight was just take a look at those and really think about it and what their benefit is to the city. Do a cost analysis. Do a study. Ask those organizations to be very accountable for the city dollars. I would expect that they would. At the end of every year, they should bring in a profit and loss statement, if you will, or a line-by-line item budget of what they did with those city dollars so that everybody knows. But that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Nancy.
Thank you very
Appreciate
much.
that very much. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Seeing none, we'll move on to item 2, approval of the agenda. Is there a motion and second? Moved by Councilman Bueller, second by Councilman Y. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed signify by saying nay. Motion carries. Item 3 is presentation, review, and public input on the mayor's proposed 2019 city budget, proposed budget book, available for review at the city finance office. The first item is A, fire and ambulance departments. And I see Chief Kranz is here. Kristen. Kristen needs to say a word first.
I think I'd just like to repeat, just because we do have new department heads this round of budget hearings. I just wanted to say, again, thank you to the mayor and thank you to all the departments for your hard work in the budget. I do, just for the sake of time and to speed things up, I have requested that the departments we'll go straight into the budget numbers. We won't go over your goals and accomplishments and performance measures at this time. The council, as well as the public, has been provided those. If they do have any questions regarding them, please feel free to ask. But just for the sake of time, I'd like the departments to focus on some of their significant changes. The mayor did make mention, too, that there were some cuts. And if you, as a department, would like to speak to those and make the request, this would be the appropriate time to do so. So thank you.
Okay, one more minute. Councilman Danforth wants to say something.
Mayor, due to the lack of a quorum last night, we had some items that we were going to refer on. Are we going to continue that process even though we got a quorum
We will.
tonight?
At the end of the meeting during old business, we can bring back, and Kristen's got
Okay.
an itemized list.
So are we going to, between now and the end of the meeting, the ones that we referred over last night, are we going to continue those?
You mean the discussion on...
Have the discussion, but then refer them on, and once we know what the complete picture looks like,
Yes.
deal with them at the end?
Yes, and then
Okay.
Kristen can review the ones from last night and then the ones that are added to the
Tonight,
list
okay.
for tonight before you take any action.
Yep, good.
And hopefully we'll have a quorum during action. Okay, Chief, now you can go.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. I'd just like to start out, we're going to be going through the fire budget here, but just a few comments before we get started for the public. One thing is we're going through both budgets, fire and ambulance. Watertown Fire Rescue is in charge of the city limits of Watertown as well as 9 townships, 327 square miles in the county. And EMS, we're in charge of the majority of Cottington County as well as the city of Watertown. So our budgets are operating separate, but they're both operate under one roof, with about 80% of it being EMS and about 20% of it being fire, due to our call volume and workload on EMS versus fire. So that's the way it's kind of spread out. So you'll notice some things as we go through this. So with that being said, if we have any questions, I also have Don Rowland, Assistant Chief, here that will provide maybe some additional information if we have any questions. So just starting out, so the first one that we have under personnel changes, we have $37,000 and $37,500 in salary adjustments and health benefits. The next line item, insurance premiums, $1,000 increase. Item number 3 is software. So this year, moving ahead, we've did some more maneuvering in software. We've reduced down to one less software. So we're pretty much on image trend for our fire and EMS reports, all of our data collections. It's been a great program. It's working really well. So we are making an addition of $3,000 in that line item to help with the
with the collections of data and stuff, different services for image trend software, which is the software we're using for everything. So we use that software. And then the other one that we have is Zerker software. That's our CAD system. And we get that alongside the police department. And also our mapping. And then we have one other software that's on the EMS side that's in charge of our training. So next item that we have is $20,180 increase in fire hydrant rental. And that one there, I believe it's the second year of the $20,000 increase. You know, that's don't really have much control of that or any of the dealings with it. It's just proposed into my budget. And then the next one is building maintenance going up $1,000. We try and take very good care of both of our buildings, Station 1 and Station 2, and keep them looking nice. And we're starting to see some age at buildings being 6-7 years old, nothing major, but I just want to continue to improve on that. A lot of preventative maintenance on our furnaces and things like that. We're finding that you know, will save us dollars in the long run. If we get our air conditioners serviced and heaters, furnaces, and things like that. So that's what we put the increase in there for. Okay, moving, let's see, back up one more time there, Spencer. Up a little more, there you go. That'll work, yep. So at this time, we have no capital purchases are scheduled for 2019. I would like to go through a few things that we took a look at our budget and looked at some items. What we do is we have a 5-year long-term plan. We do have a lot of rotations set up, and what we do is we have our shelf lives identified for those. We have them all on Excel spreadsheets. We're able to take those items and look at the service records and the maintenance records. We track all that to the detail according to the serial number, and we see on our emergency equipment, is it going to make it those scheduled times? And some of this is newer equipment, so we're not 100% sure yet. But so we start looking at that a couple years ahead and see if we can move that ahead a year, leave it at the year it is, or move it back a year, and sometimes is the case. So we do have, okay, now you can, let's see, now you can move ahead to the next page. Sorry. Let's see, down a little bit, right there. Okay, so I just like to go through a few of these things. First of all, machinery and equipment. Basically, that one there, I might have to read off my sheet and point them out because they're in just a little bit different order. But that one there is, I believe, the thermal imaging camera. Is that correct, Don? Yes. Okay. So what we ran into with our scheduling is we had one of our thermal imaging cameras go bad. It's starting to distort a little bit, so it's become of age, and we actually had it scheduled in 2020, but we had to back that up to 2019 because of it's no longer working properly. So we had to put that on there, as well as when the new air packs come. We've identified a couple needs for some smaller thermal imaging cameras that attach right to the SCBA. If you guys had seen those when out on fire ops and stuff, but basically, so when the firefighter goes in, he has the big option of the heat sensor. One does, and then other firefighters in their air packs have the option for the smaller units for quick checks along the walls and stuff. Gives them a vision where they're heading in the fire. So we would like to see some of those dollars put back in. We have $12,500 that we really could use in 2019 for those cameras. And so the next item is the turnout gear, $11,000. We also have that set up on a pretty good rotation. Our gear sees a lot of heat and hazards, so we do a good job of cleaning them and repairing them, washing them after every fire to reduce risk of cancer and carcinogens. But with that being said, we've got a pretty good rotation with those gears to make sure that it doesn't hit our budget all at one time. And there are some options in the future for grants that I'll talk on a little bit, but not of this year, of 2019. So we would also like consideration for the 11,000 put back in. So the next item is electronics and communication equipment, and that's put down as 20,000. That one there we do not need. We've got aggressive on some grants. This year we take all of our needs off our next year's budget, and then we look for grants through Homeland Security and HMEP and stuff, and try and identify some of the guidelines of those programs and pick up the most needed equipment to us that we can really target. And so the state has to be P25 compliant. I think you heard Lee talk about that a little bit last night, that he's got to look at radios and stuff. That grant actually comes out next week or in 2 weeks. We believe we've applied for I think $30,000 worth of radios on that grant. I believe we should receive those funds. If we do not, we got a few years to keep planning for this. Our goal with the radios is not to use any city dollars. We may have to earmark a spot for it in case we run into trouble, but we're clicking along pretty good, and we should be fine without any radio dollars in our grant. So that's that line, and we do not need that money. Hoses and nozzles, we had $5,000 in there. We feel that we don't need that one. That's not a high priority. We can consume some of that in our 2018 budget, possibly half of it, yet to be determined. But we also will prioritize that in our 2019 budget with our current funds to try and free up some dollars in somewhere else to get the equipment we need on hoses and nozzles. So we won't need that dollars. Let's see, SCBA equipment. We have $43,500 in there. We did also receive a grant from Firehouse Subs for basically 4 air packs at almost $30,000. So that was a pretty good thing for us. We're kind of excited about that. That will be received here this month. The other part of that 43.5 is a fit tester for our face mask, and OSHA requires us to have a fit test every year to make sure our mask has a good seal. So they hook us up to a machine and make sure there's no pressure leaving as you're turning your head and talking. I do believe we did receive that on a grant as well, on the Homeland Security grant. This is the grant that funds our all hazards teams. So we wouldn't need that money. I believe we should receive that. If we do not receive it, we will rent a machine another year, so we won't need to worry about that one. But under SCBA equipment, we did find when we moved into the new G1 packs, which we have all of our mainline pumpers set up now for the G1 packs, which is a new air pack. They come with new face mask, and our old they come with 45-minute bottles. Our old bottles that we've been using are starting to show their age, and they're 30-minute bottles and they're 60-minute bottles. They're starting to become unserviceable. We can't hydro test them after 15 years. So with that being said, we kind of discovered, maybe a little late in the game, if you will, but that we're going to run into some problems in the next year here on some spare bottles. When we get on a large fire scene, we have a certain amount of bottles. The air pack is equipped with one as well as a spare. And if we have a large fire, we will call search and rescue to do air fill on those units. But we may run into a little bit of concern with all the trucks. So we're looking at $11,000 that we'd like to be considered for on the fire side as well. for buying some spare bottles to house on the trucks and replace some of the older bottles. So with that being said, what we would be asking for is those three items for consideration that we feel is kind of equipment that we probably can't live without. Our SCBA equipment and stuff we got grants for and stuff, but it's just the spare bottles. So basically it's $11,000, $12,500, and let's see, the $13,000 for the 11 air tanks. So a total of $36,500. So that's what we would consider kind of a special need in fire.
Okay, thanks, Doug. Any questions? Councilman Danforth?
Doug, I know we probably talked about this over the last couple of years because we've seen significant increases. But if I look at our 2016 hydrant rental, it was $153,000, and now we're at $192,000. What is driving? I know that's it's an arrangement between us and utilities, but that's a 26% increase in height. I hope we don't stay up at that rate because we won't be able to afford hydrants pretty soon. But what's driving that cost? Are they getting old and are more maintenance intense, or where does that $192,000 go? Try to help me out understand that number.
So as long as I can remember, they were charging us $100 a hydrant, and they would add about 20 hydrants a year. So it usually seen about a $2,000 increase a year for quite a number of years. And now they over the last couple of years they went up $20,000 some odd dollars, and I do believe I'm like I said, I don't have a lot of information on it. I just receive it in my grant, in my budget as an expense, and I don't get a lot of detail from the utilities or nothing on how long that will go on at a $20,000 increase or nothing. So,
Councilman Vilhauer?
I can speak somewhat to that, Mike, because I sit in as a liaison on the utility board. About a year and a half ago, the utilities underwent a rate study of their services, the electric, gas, and water, including the hydrant rentals. And electric and gas, as far as what they were charging, as far as the reserves they had built up, okay there. Where they were falling significantly short, per the terms of the study, was on the water side, including the hydrant rental, and that the study claimed that what we were being charged, or what they were charging, was significantly below what they should be, both for the water and the hydrant rental. So that's what's driving this. I was not. I mean, I sat in on, heard the conversation. I didn't have any input as to the study itself, but that's what's driving this as far as the rate increases. And I think we're probably going to see some fairly significant increases ongoing for both the water and the hydrant rental, coming up in future years as well, to bring their reserve levels, as well as their rates and their reserve levels, up to what the study was recommending. Now, I'll jump in, and I realize I'm probably opening a can of worms on this, but I know there was, Doug, you were part of that presentation. It wasn't very well received here, two and a half years ago. You and Mayor Thorson appeared at a meeting that I don't think they quite knew what to expect when the presentation was made, and as a result, it wasn't very well received as far as the pitch that maybe some of this could be because they make the claim that they do more than just rent out the hydrants. I mean, there's servicing, maintenance, cleaning, etc., whatever goes on with a hydrant. So it's more than just renting the hydrant, and that was the argument that they threw back. I guess I'll raise a question again. Are there things that your department could be doing that would hold the line down? I mean, now I'm putting my council member's hat on, that we could be holding the cost down relative to the city. Yes, still pay rent for whatever, but are there things that could be done by you or your department? And I don't want to put you on the spot, but as long as we're having the conversation. I guess I'd like to have you respond to that, Doug.
Yeah, so when we did present to the utilities, we did offer to provide some of those services on the hydrants. As far as flow test, they should all be flushed and once a year, and basically flow test should be done on a certain percentage of them and stuff, and that all needs to be documented. So a lot of fire departments do actually go out and flush hydrants and do flow testing on those hydrants. And if there's any maintenance issues, they actually just, to my knowledge, the fire department will report that to the utilities. And so they run around with an engine company, and basically they will take a map and start, when they have free time, they are going around and doing flow tests and things like that, and hydrant flushing. Flushing's just opening them up, making sure you're getting good clean water and there's no debris. The threads you have to screw the caps on and make sure there's no damage to the caps and things like that. So there are some options from the fire department's side of it that we could participate in, or at least look at it if it would make a difference.
I guess I would suggest, and I felt like I think the utility staff and board felt like they were going to ambush that day when 2.5 years ago when you and Mayor Thorson appeared. Mm-hmm. But I guess I would encourage that, hey, let's sit down and have a conversation. If there are some things that could be done as efficiently as what they're doing for you and save us some dollars. I mean, we all have to realize that we're all part of the same big community here relative to the costs that we're incurring. So I guess I would suggest that we do look at having that conversation between the city and the utilities, if there is some savings that we could realize as a city.
I would like to contribute to this conversation. I think we're kind of missing the boat by asking the fire department to do maintenance on the hydrants. The water department should do the maintenance on the hydrants. They're trained, they have the equipment. It's not really about maintenance on the hydrants and the cost of doing maintenance on the hydrants. It's about having low utility rates for our community, which we're very proud of. We are very proud of our low water rates and our low gas rates, our low electric rates, our low sewer rates, our low garbage rates. We have the lowest utilities of anyone. And it's really about transferring the costs from the ratepayers to the general fund to keep those utility rates low. And that is a decision that our community has made. And it sounds like there's some question. I think that we should have that conversation, but it's not just between the fire department and municipal utilities. This is, you said the whole community, and I agree wholeheartedly. This is a conversation that we need to have. This is integral to our decisions that we've made in the past as a community to keep our rates low. We have municipal utilities. It's awesome. They work very well. They generate revenue, and our rates are low to our community because of this arrangement. But if it gets to the point that our general fund is choking with that payment, which you can call it what you want, it's the same with the streetlights. Those payments offset the utility rates to customers, and that's what we want, is low utility rates. So if we want to refocus those costs elsewhere, we should talk about that as a community. And I think that trying to focus in on, well, if we paint the hydrants, you should give us a discount. If we do the flow tests, we want a discount for that. It's really, I think it's not about that. It's about being able to transfer some of the costs to keep them away from the ratepayers. And we are all ratepayers. We all in this community benefit from low utility rates on one hand, but it's higher on our general fund as well. So
I think we're saying the same thing, Mayor. This is just one specific issue here that Councilman Danforth brought up, but I mean, you're raising the bigger question, which I agree to, that I think we should have that conversation as a community between the utilities and the city as far as what we are trying to accomplish.
Right, and I worked for a different community that had a water department within the main part of the community. Like we have our sewer utility, And I did the flow tests as part of the engineering department with the water department. And the fire department, really, that's not what they do. They don't do maintenance. And we shouldn't get into the business of doing maintenance with our fire department because we want to lower that, you know, that shifting. We need to look at the bigger picture. That's what I'm suggesting. If you think that is inappropriate. And it sounds like we do think that if we've taken that to the utility board in the past. So anyway, that's a much greater discussion than we can really have here. They tell us what the fee is, we pay it. And that's how that works. Councilman Bueller?
Chief, you said you basically just test them. You don't do maintenance. You test them and let the utilities know where there may need to be or not. Maybe I didn't hear that correctly.
We don't do the maintenance on
Right.
it.
That's what I thought you said. Okay. But thank you.
Yeah. So we are willing to participate in whatever is asked of us on that subject. So I did have one item I did forget about up there, and that was building improvements. We had $18,000 in there for we're looking at trying to update our older truck room with sprinkler systems, and we are willing to put that and move that ahead one more year as well. You know, we've had it as long as we keep it on the radar and stuff. We can surely move that one more year to help out.
Okay. So you're still asking for the additional $36,500.
Yes.
Okay. And you weren't here last night to hear me say publicly how awful it felt to cut everyone's capital outlay, but really that's what I had to do to get to a deficit level that I can swallow. And I'd really, in the future, like to get to a point where we're not budgeting for a deficit at all. We are in the range where we'll probably make it up. If we budget a deficit, I'm confident, very confident with the level of deficit that I budgeted, that we will not have a deficit at the end of the year. And there's even room to add some things back, and we'll still probably be okay, but that's for the council to help figure out what. So thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone else? Okay, we can move on to ambulance.
Okay.
Yes. Right. We're going to do everything together at the end.
That's why, as far as the general fund, once we get done with this, then we'll move on, but at the end we can look at the general fund.
Can I make a suggestion? I mean, this is the last general fund item now that we're going to be looking at. I guess I'd like to, I mean, if you disagree with me, fine, but I'd like to take a look at the general fund proposed changes while they're relatively fresh in our mind before we jump into Park and Rec and everything else that we're going to be looking at yet tonight.
Forestry is Park and Rec fund? Or is that general fund?
That's right. I'm sorry, there are a few things yet. Cemetery.
Okay.
Okay. Forget that.
Good try, Glenn. Okay, ambulance.
Okay, so the first two again are personnel services and insurance premiums. One is $102,700 increase for salary and health benefits. Again, 80% of our budget at Watertown Fire Rescue is on the EMS, the ambulance side. Insurance premiums are up $2,400 to adjust to actual cost. Software, we did have a $3,000 increase in our software for our billing due to the fact that we did move into the using the billing outsource. So we did. We won't no longer need that service of $3,000. Medical supplies, we did have to raise that $2,000. Most of it is just EMS supplies. Some areas spike a little bit as there's a shortage of drugs and things like that in our service. So we're always looking at. We belong to a co-op, so we're always trying to work with 2 or 3 different organizations to get the best price. And we do also buy a lot of product through Prairie Lakes Hospital on our drugs and stuff. The other thing that we did do that we had to have a little increase for is we started our rapid sequence innovation this year. Basically, it's a technique of administering an advanced airway, and it's something we've taken on, and it's a little bit of an expense, but we've already had success with it. When someone doesn't have a good airway, basically we will basically put them to sleep and put the airway in them and keep them asleep, so that we got a good airway for them. So that's already been a pretty good success story since we brought that on board. And then the last one, 17.5, is what I brought before council in April for the consultant services, outsourcing our billing and stuff. I don't have a lot of input on that because we're just getting it going on the ground floor, so we're working on it as we speak. They're starting to take over July 1. They did, so we're going to start down that road. So we will have a little better understanding in the future. But coming out the gate, they're really good to work with and done us a good job. And we're saving about an hour a bill, an invoice on it, where we can add an hour to compliance to make sure our reports are all billable reports, and that's I think really going to streamline our service in the future, as well as reduce liability. So that is figured in there. Let's see. Yeah, you can go down. So we had no capital figured into there, and just going through our capital a little bit. I believe we had, let me find my right page here, sorry. Okay. We did have $11,500 in 2019 ambulance equipment request. One was a stair chair, which is a chair that helps us move patients from upstairs to downstairs. It folds up almost into a wheelchair, and then it lays down into a backboard, and it saves a lot of lifting cots up into tight corners and stuff. We are able to move that into 2020. It is on the rotation cycle, but we can get another year out of that cot. It's on our reserve ambulance, our last ambulance, so we can move that. So the other two parts of that 11,500 are for power cot straps and batteries, miscellaneous backboard stretchers, straps, vacuum splints, items like that we use as they wear out. And our backboards we replace every so many years, and the straps kind of go bad. So we are fine with doing a couple things. Obviously, try and see if we can pick some of those items up yet this year on our budget, if they're definitely needed. See if we can hold some of them off and move them in. And also we got 2019 budget that we can utilize and see if we can take care of the needs we need and move into 2020. So that we would not request any dollars on the capital for that. The one thing I would like to be considered for is we would like to be considered also for a full-time 40-hour EMT firefighter position, and basically that would be put on a 40-hour schedule. We currently have two of them that serve on the ambulance, and for those that are familiar with the fire department, we wear a lot of hats during the day. Both EMS and fire runs out of the same building. You can be on 2 or 3 different trucks throughout the day. So there's a lot of different hats depending on what truck's going out the door. But I think we do a pretty good job of managing our resources. We were able to, if we did add this staff, it would be on the target hours between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. like we had with the current 2. Since we did hire the current 2, we've had real good success with putting them on those schedules. We've got them on 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. And so if we were considered for a second EMT, we would probably utilize that along with some part-time staff on the weekends and different things to really make sure we address the target areas. So some of the benefits of that for us, like I said, most of the daily assignments would be EMS. For workload, they would take care of emergency EMS calls, inter-facility transfers. Watertown Fire Rescue, if we had that extra staff, we could be a lot more proactive in our community. I know Lee had talked about a little bit, trying to get involved in more projects in the community. We have things like fire prevention, the PAD program, where we can go around and actually check the defibrillators out and help the business owners to make sure if it needs to be updated or batteries need to be changed. We don't do that, but we actually inspect it, make sure it's working properly, and request that they consider getting new batteries. Things like public education in the schools, fire extinguishers classes, and classes in the workplace, active shooter. We've been trying to get more involved in active shooter training, both with our department, work alongside the police department, and the as well as into the community of the schools and the businesses. So why would this EMT position help out in those areas? Because a lot of our staff is set up on shift work, and we don't have a large administrative wing. So by utilizing one more EMT on a 40-hour schedule, we would be able to improve drastically in those areas in our community by letting our firefighter, when firefighter X is on and he on Wednesday and he's in charge of the defibrillators, the PAD program, he could go out and actually take care of some of that during business hours during the day, and his truck spot could be filled up by the EMT, where this EMT could take over for him. So it would help us when we go out and do a pre-plan, and every time we seem to go out, we'll get called away with 2 ambulances. So if we go do a pre-plan, we got to either take 1 truck, 2 ambulances, or we got to have an EMS crew that can take care of EMS so the truck company can do a pre-plan. Those pay a lot of dividends in smoke detectors and things like that. But in a nutshell, we've reduced with the 2 staff that we currently have. In 2016, we ran 10.5 hours a day, or 320 hours a month of overtime. 2017, when we started getting the staff, and I believe we're at about 7.5 hours a day, or 226 hours. And we feel 1 more staff would really put us over down almost into that 6.5 hours a day. It'd be a lot more manageable for our staff and give them release some stress without all the stressful overtime. When you're talking 10.5 hours a day, that's a lot of times at 2 hours at a time, and it's spread out throughout the day. So we don't have a scheduled overtime so much; it's an emergency overtime. So with that being said, just get more involved with community risk reduction programs. They're out there nationally. They look at data from our fire reports and our EMS reports, and they're able to identify through that data where there's some target problems in your community, in across the nation. And then with our image trend, we can also identify some of those same areas. Prime examples are our smoke detector program. We know that there's certain areas of town that doesn't have a lot of smoke detectors in it in older parts of town. So we'll go out with and give out free smoke detectors and actually install them. And we've had some success with those smoke detectors already in the past. That's just one example of looking at your community and where the risks are and identifying it and trying to address the, being proactive to address the problem. So this additional play would help on a lot of those areas. So we really think it'd pay a lot of return for investment on one additional employee. So I would be asked to be considered for 1 firefighter EMT, and I believe it's, Kristen, do you have about the amount? I kind of got about 60, but.
Sorry. Yeah, it would be right around probably about the 56 to 57,000.
Including all the...
Yep, including all the taxes and the retirement. And then, Doug, did you want to speak as well to did you talk about your temporary?
No, the other thing is last year we ran at $15,200 in our temporary services, and we were looking at we reduced it down to 10.2 when we were looking at some staffing and stuff. But if we could run that at the same as last year at 15.2 by putting another 5,000 in temporary staffing, that would really help solidify those weekends. We're having pretty good success with that. It's almost like an internship, but they're just they just run a part-time schedule. Most of them are school kids, so they really can't work during the week. So we're kind of limited. I don't think we can expand it much, but they take a lot of transfers for us to Sioux Falls and save us a lot of overtime on the weekends and stuff. So we're busier with rodeos, events, picnics and the barbecues in the City Park and Rib Fest and stuff. So they help out in a lot of those types of special events and stuff, and they really save us a lot of overtime, and so that would be on the EMS side, the ambulance side, it would be one employee plus a $5,000 consideration into my part-time. So.
All right. So anybody have any questions or comments? Councilman Danforth?
Chief, a couple questions on it. You have two 40-hour employees now?
Yes.
And so both of those are 7 to 7?
Yes.
And so there's days they don't work together and days they do, so there's an overlap? Or how are they scheduled?
Basically, they're on the Pittman schedule, so they work 48 hours. They're on a 14-day schedule. They're not technically a 40-hour employee. They're on a 14-day, 80-hour schedule. So 1 week they'll work. I think the police department utilizes this as well as possibly Todd at the airport. But what they do is one week they'll work 48 hours, and then the second week they'll work 32 hours. Correct. Yeah. So they'll have a light weekend, or a light week and a heavy week, and they work every other weekend. So it's really helps us out. So we 7 days a week. 12 hours a day. Do it during those target areas. We have that EMT, and it's really helping us out.
So how would this third one fit into that?
So the third one, yeah. So obviously, we had looked at, it would have been nice to have an EMS crew eventually. What we would probably do, we'd have some work to do on that, but what we'd probably do is look at placing him 40 hours a week during that target. So he wouldn't be on probably a 14-day schedule. He'd probably be on a 7-day schedule, 40 hours a week during those target times, as well as trying to fill in some more of those target times with some part-time help. So
okay. So my next question in regards to that position is, you've mentioned a lot of public programming and really not EMS and firefighting. How much of that person's time would be non-EMS, non-firefighting? I mean, you spoke a lot about these other programs and the public interact. How much?
So would you repeat that question? I'm sorry. So how much time would not be?
Yeah, you talked about all the different public interactions that you have an opportunity to expand on or to start to include from your department. You'd like to do more of it.
So yes,
part of your justification is this position is allowing that to happen?
What this position would allow us to do is this position probably would be primarily EMS, and he would take
or she.
He or she. I'm sorry. Yes, you're correct. The firefighter EMT would take a seat in the ambulance and basically free up a shift firefighter EMT that could go out and serve under these community programs. So this person probably wouldn't be directly related or directly doing a lot of these community service programs, but we could get the person that's in charge of the PAD program out on his shift because he can free up a truck seat and allow him to go out. We've also got individuals trained in fire inspections. We want a succession plan for our fire marshal, but so we got some basic training where they could work under the fire marshal maybe 1 or 2 days a month, maybe 3 or 4, that they could go out during the business hours and take care of some of the smaller businesses, and all they would do is just do the inspection and report that to the fire marshal. If there's anything that would need to be done with that, Chip would take care of that. So those would be the areas that they would be doing, mainly EMS. We do also send an ambulance to every fire call, structure fire, and actually every fire call. So they're responding to the fire call with the driver and the medic, as well as when they pull up on scene, they park right by the hydrant. If they're not called away until we get a backup crew, obviously we're not going to call in backup unless it's a structure fire. If there is an actual fire, they are free to take that next emergency call, because we got all hands on deck to try and meet 1710 and get as close as we can to it. So they're there, and as soon as we backfill they help hook up the hydrant, and do outside stuff. As soon as we can free up a secondary crew at the station on backfill, then they're allowed to go in and be used as a firefighter. And they're trained, they have their gear right with them in the ambulance. So we try and manage our resources to wear all the hats on a daily basis to be able to do this. So.
All right, thank you. Any questions? Any comments? Okay, thank you, Doug.
I just have one other thing, and you may not want to entertain this or not, but I do have one item in the 212 fund, an ambulance, and do you have any questions about that, or would you do that?
We'll do the 212 fund later tonight.
Okay.
It's on the agenda.
Okay.
Are you pulling it, or?
No, I didn't know if I'd need to stick around till that. So
Just one quick clarification, Doug. You said you want to bring another FTE, but that will or will not reduce your overtime. It sounds like it would reduce it a little bit.
well, we feel it would reduce in an hour a day, and that's just an estimate right now. And throughout the year, it depends on if we have any long-term illnesses, injuries, or employees quit. But as long as we're working under a full schedule of employees, we feel it would reduce that an hour a day or 30 hours a month down to about 200 hours. And that's purely an estimate, but I feel pretty confident that would happen.
Okay,
So.
thank you.
I'm confused about the fire truck part. What did you want to talk about?
Oh, I have an ambulance in 212 fund next year, and I didn't know if there was any comments, or if you wanted me to wait around until 9 o'clock. For that.
I see what you're saying. So here you are. I think we can honor that request, since there's an ambulance they requested in the budget. I recommended to leave it in the budget at the full amount. And are there any questions about that?
Will that be a brand new one, Doug, or will it be a refurb like we've done?
Yes, this one here will be replacing a 2000 model Type 3, which is the van with the square box. And it's our older unit that we've pushed a few times out of rotation because of some engine problems. This would be a brand new rig, and it would be a Type 1, the heavier chassis, four-wheel drive. And the only reason we really looked at a Type 1 is we feel we need for that four-wheel drive unit in snow country. Once in a while, we'll have a transfer, an emergency transfer that needs to go to another facility. So we kind of want to send the four-wheel drive unit down the road with good clearance, and we're finding ourselves shorter when we let one of those rigs go out of town and stuff. So we would try and operate in the future under 3 Type 1s and 2 Type 3s at least until something else changes. But we would consider looking at some remounts on our next rig in several years. So.
Okay. Any questions or comments beyond that? All right. Thank you. Okay, next we have B, sewer and solid waste funds. So we're into an enterprise fund area. You didn't get gutted like the general fund stuff, Mike. I hope you're happy about that.
Yeah.
Here. There we go. I guess we'll.
You got to be closer to the microphone or turn it on.
Oh, it's on. There we go. How's that? Better?
That's better.
Make room for some papers I want to throw up here in a little bit. Okay, so I guess we're starting with the sewer fund, and within the sewer fund, we're starting with the sanitary sewer collection system on page 115. I think they've got that pulled up, and I've got notes to go into detail if you'd like to go into some detail on these things, but I will go rather quick to try and keep things rolling for you. Under the personnel services, again, that's just salary adjustment, health benefits. There's no additional overtime in that budget, and there is no new position. On the premiums, as it stated, it's just adjusted to the actual premium amounts that we're seeing at this point. And the one item that I've adjusted in 5 of my 7 budget subdivisions is equipment maintenance, because what we've done over the last few years is I've kind of sat on those for a while and not increased those. And because with the way the enterprise fund works, well, we don't repair stuff unless it breaks. So if we spend the money, if we spend less money than what we're budgeted, it goes back into our cash reserves. If we spend more, we pull it out. But we've not been meeting that line item for a number of years, and I'll go over some of those numbers with you. So you'll see some adjustments on those, and I'll talk about that mostly, and then also probably our biggest project that we're proposing. So here I've adjusted that 5,000 up because of the last 5 years we've exceeded that line item by an average of $3,700 a year. And I looked forward to 2019 and saw the stuff that we identified this year that we're going to have to replace next year. And there's about $10,585 worth of kind of out of the ordinary expenses. A couple of soft starts on lift stations, tires on the backhoe that you don't buy that often. And one lift station needs new check valves and closure valves. So that's where that 5,000 adjustment comes from. On the mosquito, that was just put in our budget for I think about 1 year and a quarter, and that's back in the general fund. With that, I'll keep moving to capital purchases, and here we've budgeted for a pickup. The pickup that we're replacing is 16 years old, although it's been tied to our televising trailer for many of those years. It's relatively low mileage, so we're budgeting to replace a 3/4 ton 4-wheel drive pickup with a snow plow, which is a fairly expensive addition, but we put plows on these so we can plow lift stations and the wastewater plant, emergency lightings and running boards. And the plan with the trade-in is to not trade it in, but to put it to the mosquito department, because that truck is older and in worse condition. So the old unit gets transferred to the mosquitoes. The SCADA system, it should be a CTU, not STU. That's a typo. That's the central time unit. That is the central unit that receives all the run times from the RTUs at the 47 different lift stations. It's 17 years old. Some components are no longer manufactured, and the manufacturer has told us that they will be not supporting that in the near future. And it's the main hub where all of the other RTUs report to as they're funneled into the telemetry computer. So that's all I've got on the sewer collection. And I'm going to keep moving forward to the wastewater treatment facility unless you've got questions for me.
Any questions? Don't see any.
We'll stop off, at the page 117. I forgot about that one. That is the sanitary sewer improvements or rehabilitation project. We've been budgeting $325,000 a year for this, and there's no change in it this year. Years ago, we budgeted, I think it was $485 or $475 a year, but over the decades, it's come down. Our sewer's in pretty good shape. We've been proactive. So this year, we're doing dig projects where we have to dig up a sewer, replace it, and replace the street surface. Next year, 2019, is a no-dig year, so we televise the sewers, rate them from manhole to manhole on the number of defects, the severity of the defects, prioritize the replacement, and then this money gets spent for that rehabilitation annually. So. With that, we'll go to the wastewater treatment facility.
Any questions on that before we move on? Thank you.
So page 120. Here at the wastewater treatment facility, again, their salary adjustments and health benefits. There's a little adjustment to overtime here. I increased the overtime, not because we're planning on more overtime, but what we've seen is those staff members are allowed to take comp time or overtime pay. And for example, in 2017, we spent $7,264 for $225 in overtime. The previous year, for one more hour of overtime, we spent only $5,378. I used to set those budgets at a certain number of hours at the average overtime rate, and then they were kind of cushy. Most of it went back into the general fund, so I started to decrease those the last couple of years, and that kind of caught up with me. So it's not an additional expenditure, it's just a matter of the staff is choosing pay compensation versus accrued comp time earned. So on the sludge, that's reduced by $10,000. This should be our last full year of sludge application as we go forward with a new screw press dewatering project. So this reducing to actual cost, and then we'll do sludge application some this year, maybe a little bit next year, and then that'll be gone completely. Here's another one of the equipment maintenance line items, 42,501, where I've adjusted this up $17,000. Here, 4 of the last 5 years, we've exceeded that line item. So we're just overspending it because the stuff's breaking, it's got to get repaired. So we've been pulling it out of cash reserve. So I've adjusted 5 of these line items to make them more achievable, a realistic number, because I think there's inflation out there, and at this particular area, the majority of that plant is now 21 years old from the large project back in 1995, 1996, that we are seeing more repairs. So we have exceeded that line item 4 of the last 5 years, and we exceeded it $17,320 per year by average, so I have increased that number. The increase in electricity is basically due to a demand meter placed on the headworks, the influent pumping building, and then the permit services increasing by $7,500. That is the first, that fee has been the same since 1993. This is the first increase from the state on the wastewater facility surface water discharge permit since 1993. So that's going to be paid. With that, we'll go down to the capital items. In here, the first item is the computer software. That's handled by IT now, and as we all know, we're replacing workstations on a 5-year rotation, servers on a 7-year rotation. The portable jetter for $12,000 is 11 years old, and it's malfunctioning. It is a portable jetter on a trailer. We pull around the plant, and we go into pipes to, for example, a scum line is plugged, and you can hit it with this jetter and open up plugged lines, and so we are replacing that. Don't think there's going to be much trade-in value on it. It's pretty well worn. The SCADA system for $32,000, that is the SCADA system, the system control and data acquisition computer system, telemetry system at the wastewater facility, and that $32,000 is based upon a quote for about $5,000 worth of hardware, $11,000 worth of software, and about $16,000 worth of installation or programming from the vendors that do that. These are the SCADA computers are ones that we don't go through IT on. We work directly with the providers on those. The utility vehicle here for $17,800, that's a 10-year-old it's either the Kubota or the John Deere. The staff shuttle around the facility in that while they're carrying tools and samples and so forth. And then the sewer collection staff will use that same unit to apply larvicide to the 1,600 plus storm sewer catch basins when we're in the mosquito season. And so that's well worn. We're seeing a lot of repairs on it, so we're figuring $1,000 trade-in and buying that for $17,800. The $19,400 for digester rehabilitation, that's actually the digester roof. We had scheduled to replace that roof in 2017, and as we realized we're going to pull the cover off both digesters and rehabilitate them, there'd be a lot of traffic workers walking on that roof, so we just deferred replacing the roof till next year, 2019. And then the $40,000 there, that is for primary clarifier number 2, and it's a structural assessment and some engineering to design and spec the rehabilitation of this clarifier built back in about 1960. A lot of the concrete is failing on this tank. It's a circular tank. The circular launder, which is a trough around the tank where it overflows, where it discharges, is pulling away. There's just a lot of cracks in it. So we're going to do a structural analysis and some engineering to determine what we got to do to save that tank and put it back in use for a few more years, and then we will plan on constructing that rehabilitation the following year in 2020. The biggest item we have in all of our budget tonight that we're going to talk about a little bit more depth on here would be the administration building. And so here we have the budget number for design. Now, this is just a conceptual number. It is actually based on 10% of the conceptual layout. So the actual cost of the design will be based on proposals with engineering hours of engineer, specific number of hours from an engineering firm with their rate schedule and their cost for the various rates. So this is a conceptual budget number with plenty of contingency because it's not an actual quote. That'll be by proposals when we go forward with the design. And so with that, I wanted to just talk a little bit about this project. It's one where we've talked about the evaluation of the space evaluation, the state water plan, and I wanted to give you an update because I've been working with how we're going to fund this project. And okay, so if you bear with me, I'm going to go into a little bit of depth on this project. Just because I mean the design itself, again, it's a big number, but it's a conceptual number. So forgive me, but I think that the council needs to know. I'm kind of optimistic about my findings, quite honestly. But so
I'm glad to hear that, Mike.
we'll see. We'll hope you people are when I'm done. But for right now, I'm going to do a quick narrative, and then I'm going to throw up a couple of pieces of paper for you to see here on how this thing is coming along, okay? So the administration space evaluation was completed this year, presented to Public Works Committee on May 16th of this year, and the recommendation is demolishing the dilapidated operation shop building. That's the building that's blowing down and settling and has reached its useful life, and constructing a new administration maintenance garage building near the front of the wastewater facility. And so subject to design changes, we are going to design down to try and bring down all the costs, construction engineering and everything. But the conceptual layout includes 6 garage stalls because we're going to lose 5 of those on that building that's being demolished. And the remaining garage stall in the old administration building is too short to house a pickup with emergency lights anymore because trucks have got taller and there's no floor drain in it. And that building may not be with us that much longer as well. The building also provides 4 private offices. Right now, I'm the only supervisor with a private office. And then there are 4 open spaces for classified workers. There's a conference room that'll seat 16 to 18 people. And now there's something we didn't plan to happen, but it came out in the layout. There's a little void in there where there's some space that could be used. So there's also a smaller confidential conference room for about 4 chairs in here. That might come out during design. If we can change around things and become more efficient, it's something that might go out. There'll be a reception area, 1 telemetry room with 2 SCADA systems, 1 for the wastewater facility and the 1 for the sewer collection, the 47 lift stations. And there'll be some workstations in there for the staff, a break room, 2 locker rooms, his and hers, copy room, file storage, HVAC room, electrical room, and mechanical room. But the space evaluation was completed on time and in budget. Just to go back to the beginning, we budgeted $23,000 for that. AECom declined to give us a proposal. HR Green came back with a proposal that was about 2.5, 3 times our budget amount, and HDR came back and completed that evaluation for $250 below the budget amount. And so we used from that evaluation, we got pre-designed numbers, which are these numbers that have contingency in them until we go through the process of refining them. But so the engineer's opinion of probable construction cost is a conceptual layout, and where that cost estimate comes from is that we have the conceptual layout, and then they went to an RS Means National Construction Cost Database. It's a nationwide database where they can go in there and pull numbers out of their estimate and then look into some other projects that they've done. And so right now, there's quite a bit of contingency in these numbers that we're going to refine as we go through this process. Also then, of course, the ultimate cost will be determined by the bidding process. But given the partial collapse of the operation shop in 2017, we are budgeting to design this thing next year and then refine these costs and hope to construct it in 2020. And so with that, since we've got on the state water plan back in July, I have kind of been working on the financial aspect on how to fund this project. And so with that, I'm going to pull up a couple of sheets here to share with you. And I'm almost done with the long story here. So bottom line is, could we pull that up?
It's a very high number of words per minute that you're giving us.
I'll try and slow down. I'm getting kind of thirsty too. So just tell me to slow down, but I'm trying to keep it going for you.
That's all right. We want it fast.
I know it's fast. So basically in October 2016, less than 2 years ago, the wastewater facility retired some debt service on SRF loan number 3. That was the big wastewater upgrade back in 1995, 1996. And that had a principal of just under $2.6 million. And this I got from the State Division of Technical Financial Assistance. This is Watertown SRF loan number 3, obligated in 1995, and then we drew on it for a couple of years, and then it was paid off in full on October 3rd of 2016. But I guess the story is the principal was just under 2.6 million. The interest rate was 5.25%. 1.31% was for the administrative rate that the state collects, and the other was 3.94% interest rate. And the annual debt service on that loan was $210,000 plus change. Okay, at this time, the interest rates are much lower. Right now, that interest rate isn't 5.25; it's 2.25, which is tremendous savings. And that's the total interest rate, both administration and the interest rate. Now, that is going to be changing in the next few months. So I put together a hypothetical funding package that's conceivable to me based on what I know at 2.5%, because they tell me that 2.25 is going to go up to 2.5 in the next few months. While we're going through design, it's probably going to go up to 2.5. So we want to use conservative numbers. So anyway, so with that, I also got a spreadsheet from the state, which I'm going to share with you. And so I took a funding package that, hey, we just retired $210,000 worth of debt service. And on the current interest rate, what this spreadsheet shows you here, okay, if we were, and this is just hypothetical for now, if we were to have a principal of $3 million at 2.5% over 20 years, you'd make 4 payments a year. The payments would be $47,457 for a total debt service per year of $191,070, which is $19,300 per year less than the loan we just retired less than 2 years ago. And the far number here is 110% of the annual debt service, because if we get to the point where we do a loan, the state requires to us to demonstrate that we could fund 110% of the annual debt service, just not the annual debt service. So that's just what that column's all about. So with that, I wanted to share one last slide.
Mike, can I?
What's that?
You were heading down the road and telling us what the estimated cost was based on the original plan by HDR, but you never told us.
It's coming up right next sheet right here.
I'm getting ahead of it, Henry. All right.
But thanks for asking. Yeah. Okay, let me get this where we can see everything. There we go. Now, so this to me was to portray a realistic funding package, and on all the costs to this date are conceptual costs with contingency built into them. So as we go forward into design, the estimated design number, which that's a conceptual. That's 10% of a conceptual layout with contingency into it. What's going to actually determine that cost is proposals from engineering firms with their rate schedule and a number of hours that they would, and we would request a not to exceed contract. So the actual amount would be below that somewhere, but we don't know until we go out for proposals. But for planning purposes, that number works. In the construction pre-design, the conceptual estimate, there's a significant amount of contingency in there. And we know that that number will come down, but until they have got contingency in there till they know exactly what they're going to design. And so essentially, if we look at the bottom 2 boxes here, if we right now, in the state water plan, here was their total project conceptual design before cost before design. Here was the state water plan application. We rounded that number off. Well, that number has got contingencies on every one of these, and so as I look forward to it, if we can, going through design, if we can reduce that contingency down to about a 10% contingency, you'd be looking at more of a total of just over 5 instead of 5.6. And then, is that conceivable? I mean, is that something that we could handle? Just to compare against that is right now, I showed you the the debt service, the annual debt service on a $3 million SRF loan, which is $19,000 less per year than the loan we just retired. we have about 1.6 million in restricted reserves, and if we pulled about $1 million out of there, we also have an insurance settlement coming of 1.8 million here, and sometime in the near future. I hope. We've been talking about it for months. But if we took $1 million of that and put some of that other money back into our restricted and non-restricted reserves, we would probably have a funding package of about $5 million. And as we go through design, I think that's an achievable number. But we will see. So the plan is to move ahead with the design, to refine the costs, and the one building's falling down, so we'd like to keep the project moving along. So,
Okay. Now will you take questions?
Yeah, lots of.
Anybody have questions?
Yes.
Councilman Bueller?
I think Don was.
Councilman Roby?
Just on the insurance piece, is that your share of the buildings that got damaged?
Yes.
In the overall settlement?
Correct.
Thank you.
Others?
Mike, on the building and the office portion of this project, how many people would that house roughly to start with?
How many people?
Yeah.
There would be 4 supervisors in there, and then all of the operators and utility maintenance workers would be in and through the building, and there are 10 of them with 2 more, I've already counted the supervisors and the 4 supervisors.
I mean, how many people would be typically in there for majority lion's share of the day?
Lion's share of the day, 1, 2.
Not
3.
just passing through, you know.
Well, I think, I'm trying to think of this. The supervisors would be in there most of the time. The pre-treatment assistant is the 5th, and then the mosquito coordinator, we would house them in there, and then we would have the operations telemetry systems in there, so there would likely be 2 of those, and they're in and out because it would be their workstations where they create work orders, complete work orders on the things that they're maintaining. Those computers would be in that telemetry room as well. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pretty much continually. And then during the, at other times, there could be the whole staff in there of 16.
And again, I want to ask the cost if you break out just the office portion of this versus the storage area, the vehicle storage area. What is that?
It's the cost is
Now I know you're looking at engineering fees to be included in this, but let me just ask you this: what would be the percentage of the overall cost for the office portion for that part of this facility that you want to build?
Let me see if I got that. I do have somewhere some square footage numbers. I don't think I have them with me. There are 6 large. Part of the cost of the building is the high ceiling for the garage stalls with the lift truck, the boom that picks up the pumps. I would say. Let me see if I got that number. I think I might. Can I run back here a second?
Yeah.
There are I don't have it with me in the evaluation that came up to this building. The square footages that are garage space and office space are available. I don't have those with me.
Yeah, so the question is, let me try to rephrase it. If the percentage of cost for everything besides that storage in the vehicle placement area, what would is that 50% of that cost you would roughly guess on that?
I don't think it's broken down. I don't have it broken down that way.
Because I'm trying to figure out if that's going to be a $3 million building, for 9 people. That's kind of what I'm curious about. I know you've got locker rooms. I know you've got some of those other areas, but I'm looking at this as if it's an office facility and we've got a conference room and all those kind of things. I'm curious as to what the cost would be.
The conceptual cost before design, I could get you those numbers if you want to give me a call or stop by and visit.
You
'Cause
really can't compare this to any old office building.
It's-
No, I
it's
understand
re-
that.
it's-
I get that.
it's
Our
re-
office building doesn't have locker rooms and
It doesn't have skating
and some
equipment.
skating equipment and all that kind of stuff.
And again, we're losing, the building that's falling down is 5 garage stalls, so there are 6 garage stalls in this. And that raises your ceiling height, which affects your cost some. But there are breakdowns on the square footage in that evaluation, but I do not have that with me. But you can stop by and visit me, we can look it up. Okay?
I can do that. Yep.
Councilman Danforth?
I don't want to speak for Mr. Bueller, but I think you're probably in the same mode that I am. I get a little bit of sticker shock on this when I see what we have, and there's no question in my mind from an administrative building and from a garage standpoint, we need to do something. I've been out there, and it's not very good. But I will say that the estimated cost, even if it gets down to the 5.1 million, really surprises me for a project like this. It really does. But I know there's a lot of work that's got to go into it yet, and I would hope that we scrutinize the heck out of that.
Absolutely.
Is what it is, because like I said, that seems like an exorbitant amount of money
Yeah,
to me.
and it is conservative, so as you put the funding package together and you go through design, these numbers are meant to come down. So where we're going to end up is we go through design, and then we'll be a lot closer. We'll have an understanding of the specifics that we're going to construct, and we'll see a different number. But my thought is, now suppose that the number is, we go through design and we're not comfortable with that number. Well, then it's not that difficult to shelve the project and dust it off a year or two later. But I think right now, as this is a conceptual layout, conceptual pre-designed numbers that are all going to be refined downward. So, but Bruce, just give me a call and stop out, and we'll look it over. That's all I had on that. And I'll try and slow down now, okay? All righty. The next subdivision then would be, on the budget summary, would be 123, which is the industrial pretreatment subdivision of wastewater. Again, no changes to personnel services. That's just the COLA adjustments and no new overtime or anything. One computer for $1,200, and then there's a $4,000 portable sampler there, and that sampler is 7 years old. The price is based upon a quote of $4,350 minus $350 trade-in, and it's something that we use to monitor the 4 significant industrial users as required by the federal regulations. Next, we'll keep on moving to the laboratory on page 125. Excuse me, 126. Here's another one. These are pretty small subdivisions. Just the annual adjustments to the personnel services, and we have one $5,000 capital expenditure here for the laboratory grade water system. That's 22 years old, and at times we run out of water. We don't have enough, so we have to produce laboratory grade water for the analysis that we do. And so this new unit will have a little better capacity to it. It's replacing a 22-year-old system, and then it'll have some filtering at the front end, because we're seeing some high iron in the water, in the potable water that we need to take out to get that quality. So that's what that's all about. And then with that, we're going to move into solid waste. Solid waste collection. Budget summary is page 129. And here, again, the personal services, there's no additional overtime, no new position, just the standard COLA increases, insurance premiums adjusted. And again, here on this equipment maintenance number, we've exceeded that number 4 of the last 5 years by an average of $6,633 a year. And so I bumped that line item $6,500, because we're spending the money. What we're doing is we're just exceeding the line item, and it's coming out of our cash reserves to cover the expenditure. So I'm just trying to make those equipment maintenance line items more achievable, more realistic. And the big item there is we buy 4.5 sets of garbage truck tires a year, which is about $15,000. So, all right. Then under capital, we have containers here, $37,925, which are, it's 40 of the large 300 to 400 gallon containers for apartments, and it's 450 95-gallon garbage containers, estimated at $52.50 per container. So, and then the last item on there is our pup truck, and that is that small miniature garbage truck that we use for uptown containers. We use it for pick and litter, and we use it for tight areas throughout the year. That's 13 years old, and it's required a lot of repair, and so we've budgeted $115,000 for that, with based on $120,000 with a $5,000 trade in. But I think, talking to Park and Rec, we probably will bid it with or without trade, but we're probably going to transfer the used unit to Park and Rec to be used at the parks. So when the Park and Rec crew goes out, they'll have a compaction truck, so it squeezes things down, and it won't be under the same rigorous use that we're using it. But so that's what we're looking at doing with the trade in there, giving it to Park and Rec. And now we get to the landfill.
Excuse me. I should probably interject here.
Yep.
I didn't when you were going through the sewer collection system, but in both the sewer collection system and the solid waste collection system, we have money going to Watertown Development Company for economic development, and that's where we've taken it traditionally from the enterprise fund. Thank you very much. I thought you'd whine about it a little bit.
Oh, don't talk to Glenn. I think I did already.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but, yeah.
He protected me, I guess.
Well, yeah. That's okay. Yeah.
That did go up significantly, and I just want to explain that a little bit. We're way behind what other communities are doing to fund economic development activities, and I think it's a very critical need in our community to do that, and I know you probably feel like a victim because
Well, I don't disagree that
we don't have very many funds that are generating revenue.
Well, I think the general fund benefits more from it than the enterprise fund, but we can talk about that some other time.
Well, we can have that discussion as a community as a whole. We don't have very many places we can take that from. So, does anybody want to talk about that? Okay, didn't mean to stop your momentum there.
Okay. All right, we'll get rolling on the landfill, page 132. Again, the personnel services is just the adjustments, premium adjustments, and again, back to that equipment maintenance. We have exceeded that line item 5 of the last 5 years, and it's engines, transmissions, hydraulic systems, and so I've just increased that. So instead of just breaking the line item and taking out of cash reserves, making that line item achievable. And then under the capital, the server gets replaced next year at the landfill, $15,000 on a 7-year rotation. And this is another little utility vehicle that they use for picking litter and running with tools and parts around the landfill, the John Deere. That's 10 years old, and it's getting weak. And then the bottom item, the Tier 2 assessment, that's $30,000, and that's a federal requirement of our Title V air permit. And landfills, under their Title V air permits, have to calculate or estimate their emissions every year. And when that estimate exceeds a certain, well, it's 50 megagrams a year, then you have to do a on-site, site-specific assessment to determine what your actual concentration of non-methane organic compounds that your landfill is estimated to be emitting are. And once you break that 50 threshold, it triggers this assessment. And what it does is you come on site, you put in some push borings, and you take out the landfill gas, and you actually sample our site-specific landfill gas for the concentration of this group of non-methane organic compound gases. And then you put that concentration in the calculation, and what it does is it brings that estimated number way back down. And we have to do this every 5 years by federal regulation. So, and this is our second one. We first broke that threshold in 2013. The first assessment was 2014. So from there on now, every 5 years we'll be doing this assessment.
Councilman Billhauer?
Mike, I've got a question on page 133, down towards the bottom, remittance of revenue, 48,000. What is that?
133.
Mike, is that not what you have to pay back to? Isn't that the state?
Oh, okay. Yep. Okay. That's what that is. Thank you. Yep. Thank you. I was with that label. It didn't come back to me. For every ton of municipal solid waste that goes in our landfill, we pay the state $1 per ton, and that money goes into a pool where they give grants back out to landfills. A pool that we have benefited from greatly over the years. But for every year, at the end, every month, we make a dollar per ton. And so then 2017, we had 51,101 tons come in the landfill, paid $1 a ton to the state. And it's been a great program, by the way. It's benefited the city of Watertown greatly, more than it's cost us. All right, the last page is recycling on page 135. Again, the personnel services are simply the cost of living adjustments and health benefits. And then again, I adjusted that equipment maintenance line item up 5,700 because we broke that, exceeded that line item 4 of the last 5 years, averaging an exceedance of 6,442 a year. So I adjusted those to make those achievable, I believe, and more realistic. And then again, we have the $26,000 for the automated containers. That's 95-gallon containers, 300 yard waste containers, 200 single stream recycling containers. And then we have we're replacing the 2013 Peterbilt. Our garbage trucks, as you know, they're on a 6-year rotation. Years ago, I stretched them out to 7, and we literally wore so many holes through the boxes, and they were so unreliable. And so we're on a 6-year rotation. Right now, we have a fleet of 5 trucks. 5 are on duty most days, and 3 are backup. And we recently had times where we were a truck short because of they're just not that reliable when they get older. And so the new truck, there's a new Tier 4 emissions engines are coming out, so there's a little price bump on there. So, but we budgeted adequately to replace the 2013. That would be the beige recycling truck. If you can believe that, it's already time to move on from that truck. It was so new just yesterday, it seemed like. So that's all I've got.
Okay, Councilman Vilhar?
Mike, just in general, are we increasing the amount that we recycle? Looks like our revenues are, kind of static. Just in general across the community.
Oh, yeah, I didn't bring those numbers, but when we went single stream, we went up 60%. We went up from like 405 tons to 660. We dipped back down to 590, and now we've climbed back above 600 tons a year. I'm going to guess it's about that 615, 620 tons a year that we recycle.
Okay.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you, Mike.
Thanks.
Next on the agenda is Airport Fund. So we have Todd Sire, Airport Manager.
Good evening. So we'll start with personnel services. I requested 1 full-time maintenance foreman position for this next year. It'll be an interim between myself and my staff. Currently right now I have 3 staff, and if any of them take vacation, it's either myself or my staff working 12 consecutive days due to the shift work that they work. So that is the reasons that, and we also have numerous projects going on. We've went from, I guess I'll give you a backstory. I took over management in 2013. We had 27 based aircraft, and we did 2,000 total passengers, a little over 2,000 total passengers then. Currently, we're doing over 20,000 passengers, and we have 56 based aircraft with multiple private entities on the field that have came since then. So our workloads went up considerably since then. We've been running the same amount of staff for quite a while now. Comparatively speaking to other airports, they're running between 7 and 9 full-time staff without management. So that's why I'm requesting the full-time position to give me myself and my staff a little relief, with especially overtime and the vacation time, the daily projects. The foreman will work multiple hour shifts throughout the week to cover the day shift and night shift operations to keep things rolling in the day-to-day operations. The insurance premiums, the adjusted actual costs, the maintenance to other, our light bulbs comes out of that account for all of our runway lights and taxiway lights and inset lights. And our terminal lighting actually is coming out of there as well. And we're finding a lot of adjusted costs going towards those lighting features. So we added a couple $1,000s to that line item. Motor fuel and lubricants, as we have 2 ARF trucks, we added a couple $1,000s for that. We are doing oil changes in-house, and we just wanted to make sure we had that accounted for. We haven't done that in the past. So it is lessening the fire department's budget by not having to take the fire trucks out to get the oil changed and the other maintenance done that we can do in-house. So that's where that cost is coming from. We had the air show this year. It was a great turnout. We had roughly 6,000 to 8,000 people. They did roughly 30 rides apiece. There was 5 aircraft giving rides all 3 days. They stayed busy the whole time. It was a great time. I think a few of you got out there, and it was a good turnout. So thank you for that. But we will not be doing it next year. Natural gas, we're just trying to align the budget. I've been working diligently with Kristen. She's been helping me out a bunch with this. When I took over, the budget was very out of whack, I'll put. So we've been adjusting numbers down to match current existing prices. So the natural gas has come down. We've gotten the other budget, portion of the budget, fairly in line. I'm not going to say it's perfect, but we're a lot closer than we have been in the past. In electricity, we went up $1,000 just for the costs of increased costs this next year. Capital purchases, I do have $4,500 that if you guys were to cut this, I wouldn't be heartbroken. It's for a new printer. I took a existing printer that we had at City Hall a couple of years ago, and I've been kind of limping along, but it's getting really expensive to fix if we can fix it at all if it breaks. So that would be more a Spencer question, but you know, if that was something to cut, we could definitely cut that, and I could come to City Hall, you know, and use you guys as printers, or if we had to. So that's not a necessity by any means, I guess. We have $20,000 in there for signage replacement, and this is runway and taxiway signs on the airfield. We had a recommendation from the FAA audit this year to get on a signage replacement plan, and this would be a 3-year plan. If we don't do it, we're going to be forced to do it next year, essentially, is what these next 2 items are, the replacement of signage and the replacement of paint. So we can either budget for it this year, or we are forced to do it next year. In 2014-15, we got audited and we had to paint the airfield. They required us to paint the airfield. The same year they did the audit, and I believe it was 15 that we had to paint it, and it was about $50,000 to paint half the airfield. Now, Rob Bain and I have been diligently searching and looking for options as to bring this in-house. And we met with a couple of vendors a couple of weeks ago. They got us a bunch of information this last week. I haven't had a chance to sit down and really hammer through it with Rob. But this is something that we'd look at in the future, because this is going to be an every 3-year event that we're spending $50,000 to $60,000 if we don't bring this in-house.
So you'd buy a piece of equipment.
Correct. And Rob and I are trying to look at something
specialized.
Well, it would be specialized for Rob and I. So it would.
But street department could use it too.
Correct. It would be utilized throughout the year for the street, and we would use it maybe a week or 2.
So is
in
this
the summertime.
Just a different color, or how is it different from what they already use?
This would be a truck, an actual paint truck,
okay.
Or an in the bed
Bigger
mounted
scale.
Yeah. We have about 37 miles of road, equivalent to 37 miles of road of pavement surfaces that we paint out there. Not the whole surface obviously gets painted, but long stretches of lines. And then we have some pretty unique markings that we would need for a little more specialized equipment that Rob wouldn't need for our hold short lines and such. But we're looking to bring this in-house, and we'll probably bring you something next year when Rob and I get our information squared away and bring the mayor in, just to lower these costs. I've talked to other airports around in the north area up this way, and Aberdeen specifically does their own painting in-house, and it costs them about $28,000 every 2 years for paint and beads. It's a specialized paint. It's wrote out in an advisory circular. We have to use that specific paint and specific beads per airports for FAA. So if we could bring it in-house, we'd be saving a bunch of money. even with just the airport, but not only the street department as well. And I know we get a great deal with the DOT if they can make it in with the state. But, Rob's been saying, they may not make it. They may make it. We don't know. So that's something we'll look at in the future, though.
What do those trucks run?
Between 75 and 200,000, depending on what you want to do with them.
Okay. Other questions? Councilman Bueller?
Todd, I just want to ask about this is something that's a small item, but I noticed at our last airport board meeting walking up, I walked in the sidewalk many, many times, but I just happened to really notice it this last time. It's the sidewalk that approaches the airport from the airport. Is there any intention on replacing that?
There is.
Oh, good, because that looks pretty rough.
Yeah.
And that's the first thing you're seeing walking in on that parking lot into the airport.
You're talking between the two grass areas?
Yes.
Yeah.
That in the grassy area just to the north of the terminal.
We're hoping to do half of that this next year if we can get it. We have it in our maintenance budget for half of it, and hopefully do the other half the next year without raising the budget. We can just take other projects. We've been a reactive department for so long that it's finally catching up to where we're starting to be proactive. If we get another staff on board, we can start fixing a lot of these problems in-house, which would be really handy. So that's what we're heading for.
All right.
Also, we have, I don't know if you want to talk about this now or not, I guess, but in personnel services, I did request an admin or a secretary position / cleaner. And if you scroll down, please, to the personnel, go up, sorry, right there. In the, right here, this $21,120 is my temporary cleaning staff right now. She does a great job, and when I requested the position to move to a full-time position, this would get taken out, and it would cost roughly $10,000 more, including benefits, for a full-time position. Right now, I'm getting part-time for the $21,120. For another $10,000, I can get 6 months more of work out of them, whether it be a he, she, and I could use them in my office to answer phones. A lot of the times, we have 20 to 30 phone calls that I miss a day. Just because I'm not in my office. I'm out doing stuff, with the staff or up this way. But it would be about 20 hours a week. I would utilize them for admin stuff in my office, taking care of federal paperwork and state paperwork that we do weekly, monthly, quarterly, and yearly, and answering the phones and emails if there's anything, and paying bills of stuff. And the other 20 hours a week would be the cleaning of the terminal. Now, remember, I went from 2,000 total passengers 4 years ago to this year, I hope to hit 26,000 passengers. We're already close to 8,000 employments this year. We've been steadily increasing over our record year last year, every month.
So you're asking for that
If
to be put back. But I can't really believe, so you've got someone working 20 hours a week, and we're paying them $21,000 a year, and for $31,000 we'd get full-time with benefits?
Correct. Grade 1, step 1 is
that true,
$27,500.
So they get a cut in pay or something? Okay, for 40 hours, we're not even doubling the pay for double the time?
The cleaning lady, the cleaning staff has been with us for quite a while. She's actually been there longer than I have by a month. And
Do you
she
know
has
how much
gotten-
you're paying her
She's
per
gotten
hour?
raises every 2 years maybe. She's gotten a raise, so she is actually over the wage of our maximum part-time, but she's part-time permanent is what they consider her.
But she's not getting benefits.
She's not getting benefits, but she is getting retirement. She does get retirement. And it's 20 to 24 hours a week. It's roughly...
If you're at the 20 hours a week, you do contribute to South Dakota retirement as well as the city contributes. So
Yeah, I didn't realize it was, that seems like a bargain. And I know you need the position. It's just, I didn't, a lot of positions were denied.
I understand, and we can scrape by one more year if you want to just put the 21,120 back in, because I'd need that. That's a cleaning of the airport, and that
was a mistake. That should have been put back in. I didn't understand that didn't go back in.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I thought that was, but it isn't. I mean, we need to fix that. Unless the council doesn't want you to have a cleaning staff, I can't believe that would be true.
So if that is the case, or it does go back into the budget, we could spend an extra $10,000 to get a full-time position where I could utilize them the other half of the year.
I'm having Chris look at that number. I don't, it's got to be a little bit higher than that, because if a individual would take family health insurance, that cost alone just to the city is $12,000. So, and then if you figured in
that's with no wages.
Yeah, so 6% retirement off of their salary, as well as, yeah. So, hang on, let me just quick math.
I guess this is what we were going through the other day in the office. This is the numbers I got. So.
Councilman Danforth has a question.
Yes.
Todd, can you clarify for me? You talked about 26,000 passengers, but 8,000 boardings, enplanements. 20,000, I think you said, and then 8,000.
Two different. Yep.
Okay. Just for
no problem.
That confuses me. If you just
an employment is out only. A passenger is in and out. So when I say 26,000 total passengers, I mean 13,000 one way.
And then all their loved ones traipsing around in there and getting coffee and spilling and dumping toys, and there's definitely way more use at the airport, which is awesome.
It's been a fun ride.
Increases the demand for cleaning services, and I'm glad to have that problem.
Well, I do want to say this. I think that success has created some issues for us out there. And they're good problems to have. But I think the continued success that will depend on us providing the level of service on an ongoing basis, more so. Because that's the one thing I hear sometimes is one of them is calls. I'll hear that once in a while. It's like, try to call out there and they don't answer. Try to call out there, all I get is an answering machine. And so we got to look at our service level that we're looking at as well.
Well, and I do believe that the full-time position that was recommended in the budget will help Todd a lot. I mean, he's spread so thin, and doing things that take him away from the terminal building, and hopefully he'll have more time to be in the building, and so that will be helped even if that extra position isn't added in. But did you figure it out?
Chris is just going to double check the numbers. The only thing that I do want to point out is whichever way the council decides, I think either way that some money has to be put back into the budget, whether it's a temporary or the full-time staffing. But I will say that I would consider that whatever's added you'll be taking from the general fund as far as increasing the transfer at later down the road, because
understood.
Because there is
and
a little
like,
bit of
like all the other things that we're adding back in. I mean, we can quickly get out of our comfort range to where we could end up with not just a paper deficit, but an actual deficit. Right. Right.
And I will say, in the next couple of years, I am going to increase revenues by quite a bit. With ADI coming in, we didn't charge them a lot. They were a fresh company, starting commercial service. They were offering something great with a 50-seat jet going to Denver. We wanted to keep their costs low. Now, looking at it, they're sustaining. They're another 2-year contract. If we make it through this 2-year contract, which we will very, very easily, sustaining the 10,000 employments, we get into a whole new realm. We're a primary status airport. essentially the standard is about 3 times what we charge right now for exclusive space and shared use space. We're at $3.78 a square foot right now for exclusive space. We should be around $8 to $10 a square foot is what other airports in South Dakota are charging, if not more. You pull the Sioux Falls and Rapid City Airport in, and it goes exponentially up.
So what kind of revenue does that generate right now that could triple?
It's about $1,400 a month is what we get. So a substantial. I mean, it's not going to pay for my O&M, but it's definitely a substantial increase.
Yeah.
In the next couple of years, we could definitely look at raising them, and I am looking at raising those. Another thing is the passenger facility charge that we're looking at doing, the $4.50 tax per ticket going out, and $4 of that comes back to the airport that we can use for capital projects. And I'd have to look at all of the guidance on that, but I know we can't use that for staffing, but it could cut down on O&M. For essentially 10,000 employments, $40,000 extra a year. So there are spots that we can increase revenues. Unfortunately, we just locked a 2-year contract in with ADI. So in the future, we will be making more revenue. We just have to get there.
Okay. What did you find, Kristen?
The difference would actually be more about $23,000 after you figured in a family health insurance plan. So that would be your difference between the $21,000 that Todd had last year to be a full-time position. So
still, it's a relatively small amount, so it's something to consider. And the total is $23,000.
Todd, no, I'm not going to ask this question. Does it make sense to see where you get with your new approved position, see how that flushes out, then see where that leaves you as far as the need? Does that make any sense?
I'm perfectly okay with that. If that's what you want to do, I would just need the $21,120 back in for cleaning, for sure. And that's probably a low number for 20 hours a week cleaning, with that many passengers going through. But we'll sustain for another year.
What does that mean on that 20 hours? You got 7 days a week that you've got traffic going through there, right?
We do.
So how does that work for that person? Person to person, like whatever.
She works early morning and late evening.
Every day?
Pretty much.
7 days a week?
She's been a great help out there. Fortunately, she's willing to do that. If we get somebody else, they may say, "Well, I'm only working 5 days a week, or 2 days a week, or 3 days a week with part-time."
Can we even do that with a full-time position? Have it be 7 days a week? I don't think we can do that. I don't know if this is accurate then. I mean, we're going to have 2 part-time people, or a full-time person and then another part-time person for the weekends.
She works about 2 to 3 hours increments is what she does.
But I don't know that we can, by law, employ someone 7 days a week with no days off.
It's part-time, though.
We can? No, for full-time. If we went to a full-time position, then we're going from a part-time 7 days a week to full-time 5 days a week.
Right.
And then we got to add in that, because we don't want to leave the airport unswept for several days.
Can I make a suggestion on this? I think there are some of those things that we need to take a look at, the legalities of employment. It seems like what we should do is get the temporary, the permanent or full-time temp employee number back in. That's at $21,120. You've got the other person. Let's start off that way. Let's see where that gets us. If come mid-year it looks like we've got a benefit, we could take a look at it and we could see where our numbers are at with the budget, overall budget.
Sure.
And then do an appropriation to it.
I like that.
I will point one thing out, just in the conversation about with the full-time staffing, the biggest regulation on that would be the fact that the position would fall under an AFSCME union contract, and that would not allow for the 7 day a week. So,
Yeah, the
Just-
full-time I wasn't expecting to work 7 days a week, just to make that clear.
And you still need part-time help for weekends, right?
Or Todd would sweep on the weekends.
Exactly. Exactly. It'd be less sleeping than I do now.
Or one of his designees.
That's right. We do have, we're open
There's that.
essentially, 15, 16 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. We don't close. Essentially, planes keep flying.
Yeah.
So.
I think the first couple passengers that come in, you just hand them a hokey.
Yeah. Free
Give them something to do.
Councilman Roby.
Comment and question. These audits you go through, I mean, we take those pretty seriously because don't those play into our future grant potential?
Future and past,
Yeah.
yes. We can get fined for that.
Right. So
We can
those
lose
are-
our 121 certificate. Yeah, essentially, every year, it's typically 3 days unless they find something serious. Then it could be a lot more. But it's usually 3 days of hammering out every day inspection. We do inspections twice a day. We do other paperwork 2 to 3 times a day. And they literally line it up on a table, and they go through day by day and hour by hour. Essentially, we have to have an inspection in the civil twilight hours of darkness and the civil twilight hours of light. And if the times don't match up with the civil twilight hours of darkness, if we were an hour late, we get wrote up for that. So.
I spoke with the inspector this year in the airport, and Todd got very high remarks and ratings. So we want to keep it that way.
We also cover ARF
Yeah.
if the need arises to back up ARF. So
Yeah.
that's another piece of the puzzle that we're trying to help out with fire.
Yep. All right, Kristen?
Because there is a requested change, can I get a motion? Because this is a separate fund. This is the airport fund, so this won't, yeah.
I would, I'd make the motion to add back in the, I hope that, is it the temporary salary? Is that correct? The temporary salary of $21,120.
We have a motion by Danforth and a second by Roby. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed signify by saying nay. Motion carries. All right, thanks, Todd.
Thank you.
Park and Rec, I think, how about we take a 5-minute break? Because we need to gear up for this one. Okay, we are back from our break, and we forgot to do one part of the airport, the budget summary for the airport improvement program. So Todd's going to catch us up on that one.
Sure. So for the AIP next year, we have the $1.63 million for the terminal apron project. The mayor did, I believe, sign the grant, and we got awarded. So the project is a go. This is a 5% match project, so it's $81,500 roughly for the city.
It's a good deal. Almost free.
Almost free.
Yeah.
And this is something PFCs can actually reimburse later down the road. We'll have projects, all of our AIP projects that we've had from now back whenever we started the AIP projects and CIP projects as far as runways, taxiways. The PFC is essentially the 5% reimbursement back to the city. So that's what the PFCs are in short.
Okay. Any questions for Todd? I don't see any. Thank you, Todd.
Thank you.
Thanks for sticking around.
No problem.
Okay, here we go. Park and Rec.
Just as we get started this evening, I'd just like to mention that at the hearing last evening, during the IT presentation, you were talking about the cameras at the park shop. It was under forestry, but basically it was cameras for the park shop. That $5,000 can be cut because it's something we have talked about, but it's certainly not a necessity, and so that would be unneeded, so that can be cut. Just as we get started there.
How does that set the tone?
Yeah.
And don't think that wasn't strategically said either.
And as far as the server and computer at the golf course, just going to depend on Spencer and his staff to, and with the Civic Rec, probably got to play with that a little bit and see just what we want to do.
Okay.
So, with that, we'll get started with supervision. And really, other than salary adjustments, there's not a whole lot going on with supervision, and we have no capital purchases scheduled for 2019. Then in the rec programs, we have the salary adjustments in personal services. We do have some capital purchases. Basically, each year we replace 20% of our baseball, softball equipment, and that's just an ongoing budget item. And then also shuffleboard, court, and accessories. That's very popular and has a real need, and that would give us a court to use for the shuffleboard primarily for the wellness. Well, it'll probably be primarily for the auditorium, more so than the wellness center. Then the $6,000, that would replace a couple canoes for us, and also would kind of build into a new program. We're looking at purchasing lacrosse equipment for $5,000, and that would be, Terry could probably explain it better because he's run the initiation hockey program for a long time, but it would be much like that, where we would provide the equipment and they would run the program, but we would get the revenue from the program itself. So that's a revenue producing item. And then the final $2,700 would be to replace the initiation hockey equipment.
Councilman Danforth has a question.
And I'm going to ask this question just so I know as I've looked through here. It just dawned on me, and I'm trying to figure out where this fits. In 2019, will the rifle range be open?
Should be.
Where is that in the budget as far as?
It's not. Oh, staff.
Staff,
You mean
costs,
the
where does it fall under?
Park and Rec. Is that what you mean?
We have not really even discussed staffing for the rifle range. As far as the construction, our footprint has been pretty small. We're just going to help with some of the seating, so we have not really even discussed that.
It isn't a manned facility. So there's not somebody there, but it needs to be
There could be some
locked
budget.
up at times, and that falls to Park and Rec.
Okay.
Perfect.
Well,
No, we're close. You know, we're close with Anza and Premier. It makes
Maybe
sense.
I'm making a wrong assumption.
No, we just did not.
Did you think it? Who did you think it would fall to?
Well, I was thinking that a lot of the law enforcement agencies are going to be
Oh,
primary
well,
users out there.
That's
so
probably true.
I
But
did.
it was Game Fish and Parks that partnered with us. on
well,
that.
but are they,
I
are
don't
they
think
really?
there's
It's
a huge budgetary factor, is there?
well, you're
for
gonna,
that?
well, I don't know.
Maybe
You're going to have some maintenance items. You're going to. You're going to have garbage that has to get taken care of. You're going to have mowing that has to get done. Whatever that is, somebody. It's got to fall under somebody. I hope this should not fall under any law enforcement. This is not a law enforcement facility. It is their use of the facility. This is a public facility. So somewhere it needs to be accounted for, and I didn't see it anywhere in here for whether it falls under programs or where it falls. Anyway, that's why I brought it up, Mayor.
If it would fall under parks, I would assume majority of the time would be our full-time staff, which is just a generic budgeted figure. Or if it was light mowing, we could build into our baseball softball complex. And with the mowers equipment that close to the new range.
Yeah.
If it's large amount of mowing, maybe it's, I don't know who, if
Might be street
Mike,
department.
Mike or Rob mow out there in the ditches. But if it's fine mowing, entrances, things like that, I don't think it's an issue for us to take care of. We didn't plan on it, we didn't budget for it, but I don't think it's an impact to what we currently have.
It isn't going to be a lot of work. Yeah. Yeah. So, and someone needs to be aware that it's their responsibility. I'm sorry if I
No,
made that assumption.
we'll make it known.
Mayor, does the construction include garbage cans and any benches or anything?
I
out
think
there?
it does. It definitely includes the toilet, which is a pit. What do you call a
Vault type.
Vault
toilet. There's no running water or electricity or anything.
But there would be substantial cleanup, of spent ammunition and that type of thing.
I think it needs to get looked at somewhere along the line and accounted for.
Yeah, I agree. Guess I just assumed it was a park facility, but
No, we'll look into that. But no, we have not accounted for anything in this 2019 budget for the rifle range.
okay. Alrighty, keep moving along.
Moving on from
So you should be on golf course, I believe.
recreation, I'll let Terry talk about the golf course as we move along here.
Okay, page 149. There is, if you look up in the revenues, charges for goods and services, that 546 I believe is inaccurate. The budget's at 571.2, which is an increase of an additional, whatever it is, $27,000. And to be honest, I won't say the word leery, but that's a pretty substantial increase to accomplish in a year. Last year we had a pretty good successful campaign, picking up memberships and members. We'll do our best, but with the general public and our audience, we may have to look again at that fee increase. We've tried really hard to not do that, but if the expectation is to generate those kinds of funds, it's something, obviously I'm not going to say we are, but it's going to have to be looked at to meet that.
So what number should we have in here right now then?
571,200 would be what our 19 revenue projection is.
If you look at page 14, it's correct in the actual Excel sheet. It just didn't carry over to the Word documents. So it is in the budget numbers of the Excel. Yep.
And again, I'll stress, I do not want to make an assumption there's change to fees. But we do it every year. We analyze our fees. Revenue is based on expenditures. So just a correction on that. Looking down as far as the significant changes, salary adjustments, health benefits, a lot of that's primarily COLA. Insurance premiums sent down by City Hall. Irrigation equipment, we've added quite a few through our vision committee. We've added a few new tee boxes, things like that. The irrigation system continues to grow. And at the age it's starting to, falter more as anything ages. We have to correct a few more issues. Chemical drug lab supplies went up 1,000. Travel expenses went down 1,500, and that's simply tightening the belt. Just one conference we're not going to send our staff to, just to try and save on that cash. And then gas, we dropped 1,000 based on historical spending. As far as capital improvement, we did keep in $40,000 for a reel grinder. What that does is that sharpens our mower, our rotary blades. It's a specialty piece of equipment. Jay and I, in discussions, including Todd, we feel if there's something within our 201 that we feel is more pressing, that we could potentially put this off for one more year. It's definitely a needed piece of equipment, but we can probably push to 2020. As Jay and I, you'll find throughout different divisions, Jay and I have identified a few things that we will tag along with the other department heads and ask for considerations. A lot of those we have plans on where we can fund them. A few of them we don't, but this would be one we may come back to as far as these reel grinders. So that's kind of the golf. The other thing at golf course, just to mention, we had $200,000 in 212 that was pulled. Right now we have $100,000 we're sitting on. We chose not to spend that in this fiscal year and build that up with $219 for $300,000 to replace 4 greens that are still the push-up style. We're fine with cutting that. We've had discussions with our superintendent, the mayor, and we're going to try some new things on our current greens to bring them to try and extend their life, try and do some modifications on the makeup of the material in-house. So we're fine with that $200,000. We'll experiment at no cost before we jump to replace and removal, if that makes sense to everybody. Other than that, that's the golf course, if there's no questions.
Any questions? All right. Councilman Danforth has a question.
Yeah, Mike.
And this will probably be a yes or no question. Have you accounted for a new contract in these numbers?
As far as the golf professional contract?
Yes.
The numbers that sit here are status quo contract, same percentage as what we've been paying based on the historical numbers. So no
So
inflation.
there's no adjustment in here. So this is per current contract,
Correct.
which is done after this season.
December 31, that expires.
Right.
And we will be working with Matt and the mayor and a committee to present a contract proposal. So, and I think that'd come real quick this fall because obviously we need to enter or not enter by the end of the year. So,
When would you expect that to be able to be looked at and decided upon?
My goal is to have the committee meet and probably have rough draft 1 by mid-October. By November 1, I would like the final draft approved, and which would go, I know for sure through the mayor, since it's a contract matter, it would have to go through council for approval. So
it won't be by the time our
our
budget will be approved before any of that happens.
We would
Okay.
present the offer roughly November 1, so if it turns out we didn't find a meet in the middle, we'd have time to do requests for proposals for a replacement. So that makes sense. Okay, thank you. Family Aquatic Center, I'll just jump in front of Jay here, then I can be quiet for a while. The total revenues, I would like to just touch it. Well, you know what, I'm going to skip and go through significant budget changes. Personnel services were up $13,650. What this is really a lot of the hourly wage. Right now, we're paying lifeguards about $9.25 an hour. We went from 40 lifeguards to 32 this year. We were able to get 24 lifeguards willing to work nights, weekends, pay $250 to get certified for $9.25. It's not happening. They're going anywhere and elsewhere for more money, and what we require of a lifeguard is quite a bit. So we're just trying to get a more competitive wage to recruit these young individuals to be lifeguards. Without them, you don't have an aquatic center, and we are under what they call a 10-state standard that we have to have so many guards per either square footage or per patron. So it's not something we can cheap out on, or nor do we want to. Obviously, when kids drop their our parents drop their kids, we want to ensure a very safe facility. So that's why you're seeing such a substantial increase in that number at $13,650. Insurance premiums went up to $1,100. The merchandise for resale I will come back to, but that was cut $6,000. We spend about, our budget was $26,000. It was cut down to $20,000. Generally, we make anywhere from $38,000 to $40,000 off of that $26,000. The electricity, obviously, just $1,500 rate increase, $2,000 water. We do have a small leak which we cannot find. We lose about 300 to 400 gallons a day, which in a 1,000,000-gallon pool isn't substantial, but obviously we got to auto-fill it back in. So what I would like to do with, there was $7,500 of furniture budgeted. We do this semi-annually. We rotate between tubes and furniture at the aquatic center. The furniture takes a beating. It's resin, the commercial grade plastic, Shea lounges, things like that. You know, the kids, they stand on them, they jump on them. The reclining backs get ripped off, and they're expensive at commercial. And we open this season shorthanded on furniture. And to be cut that amount, we won't have anywhere for people to sit. Obviously, a consideration to put that in along with the $6,000 merchandise. But what we propose, Kristen and Mayor, is our total revenues for the 19 budget is $216,000. We have, even in one of our worst years, which was last year, weather-related, made approximately $210,000. We're on pace for close to $250,000 this year because it's been an outstanding summer. We would feel very comfortable increasing that $14,000 to increase our revenue to $230,000, and take that $14,000 revenue and reinstate the $6,000 merchandise resale and the $7,500 furniture capital, with a $500 still net gain. Is that doable, Kristen or Mayor, to make those changes?
One with numbers.
Well, can I just make a comment on
Yeah.
it? You're cutting $6,000. Well, it's been cut out here. $6,000 that you make a profit on.
Correct.
That it makes no sense for us to cut that because we're cutting profit. We're not just cutting expense. So that should be in there no matter what, because it brings revenue no matter what.
Right.
That's
And-
above and beyond the expense.
Correct. And the flip side of that is we would have to find $6,000 somewhere else to get us to a point of balancing. So even if we put that $6,000, it's got to come from, and I don't know if we should have stayed at the beginning, but we're on board with all the cuts, and we truly appreciate the effort it takes to get to this point. We were awarded another $100,000 from BBB, which thank you, Mayor and Kristen, for that. Our general fund transfer we rely on that heavily. It's been about 7 years since that number's changed. It's been $1.7 million transfer for, I believe, when I look, 7 years now. Well, in 7 years, we have grown immensely. The cost to pay our employees has grown immensely. And we did, thank you. It's not a non-appreciative. We got $100,000 from BBB, more than we had last year, so our increase. But we right now, to balance Park and Rec, are taking $322,000 out of our fund balance. Currently, it sits at about $730,000, Jay, roughly.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to basically close to cut that in half just to fund our department for 2019. So that's why we don't want to get. That's why we're looking at revenues, because we truly can't afford to bite into that fund balance really any more than we have, because that's only about a 1 month reserve, and
we're very serious about maintaining that 2 month reserve if at all possible.
And we definitely understand the crunch we're in. We do rely on that general fund. But we continue to grow, and it seems the revenues cannot keep up with that expenditure. So I don't know, Kristen, based on the $14,000 additional revenue to fund 13.5 cut expenses.
I think looking at the past history, I definitely think that the increase of the revenue seems accurate. It seems realistic. So I think with that, and then putting in the other two seems very feasible to me. So I would have the council then take action if they feel that as well.
So do we want to do this now or wait for the entire Park and Rec budget? Or
I think for the ease
do it
For
now?
me to keep track of
Okay.
it, I would prefer that, because Park and Rec has so many different departments, if at any time there is a change that needs to be made in a department, if we could do it by department, it helps
I would
me.
make that motion now.
Is there a
To,
second? Okay, you want to state what you're doing?
Increasing the revenue projection by 14,000 and reinstating the 6,000 and the 7,500 for the merchandise and the furnishings.
Okay, we have a motion by Vilhauer and a second by Danforth. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed signify by saying nay. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay, baseball, softball complex. Increase in personal service, then increase in equipment maintenance, that's transformers, that's scoreboards. It seems like we're always getting into that type of thing, and just to cover the cost of that kind of, those items. Irrigation supplies, all over the place. This has been a horrible year for irrigation, whether it's been foundation fields, a lot of time spent at Premier Complex, and just need some additional funding to complete all the irrigation repairs. The big one in this division is the water. If you remember at the end of last year, we wasn't completely unexpected. We were just wondering what was happening, and all of a sudden at the end of the year we got a $26,000 water bill for Premier Complex. So we've been watching that very closely this year. Through July we were at about $7,000. And our water bill in August now has been about $5,400. So, you know, we are probably not at that level, but we got a couple months of watering yet. So that's why we got a very substantial increase in water. But that's using city water for Premier Fields. And I know we have had discussions. Is this the way to go, or should we look into a well? But this is where we're at now. So I just wanted to point that out, what's been going on.
Councilman Roby?
If I know the well issue came up in the past, have we gone back and penciled that back out again to see what a well would cost? I know it's expensive. I don't know how deep you have to go there. Probably not very, but ongoing
Actually,
costs.
you do have to go deep. Well, because the shallow aquifer is probably not suitable water. Is that what they told you?
Well, you know, I think it would be fairly deep, and you know there would be some rust possibility and that type of thing. But who was it? Cran's well drilling that was out here probably 3 years ago, and you know, something if you would wish we could certainly contact them and bring them down and try and get some more information.
So you didn't do that before, and didn't you get quotes before?
I'm not recalling any quotes. I have to look back.
I know we had the discussion, you know, I mean, we've got it prepared for a well. You know, when we built it,
I know we know it's set up.
But I believe, you know, on Don's comment, I believe Anza, we had to go about 220 feet. And I think it was what the mayor's referring to is, and I may be wrong, someone's probably sitting at home going, no, it's whatever. But for some reason that's standing out, that it's a pretty deep well.
I seem to recall that too. Councilman Bueller?
You know, I do. I think it probably, like Don said, it probably makes a sense for us to recalculate that, because originally I believe the estimate for cost to irrigate that with city water was way less than it ended up being. It surprised everybody. But I do believe also there was a quote somewhere along with Mayor Thorson as to the cost of that well, and it was quite expensive, but it didn't. I think it definitely warrants repenciling that out to see if that's the right direction to go.
No, long term, it's
Go to
obviously the right thing to do when you're paying this amount of money annually.
Right.
You know, and we do talk about the rust issue with the harder water. You know, and I think it was the mayor, I don't know if we had somebody with us, but it's a lot cheaper to replace a section of concrete with some stains on than pay this kind of water bill annually. So, but we can definitely bring up that back and get the firm pricing for the council.
I think that's a good idea. Councilman Danforth?
Yeah, I know at one time there was discussion, and I faintly remember maybe the results of it, but in regards to using the discharge water from the
that's going to be pretty much impossible because there's so many regulations, speaking with Mike, that you'd have to go through to do that. I don't think that's even worth
Nobody
further
would come to
consideration.
this game.
But
if
the
they
nice
knew
thing
we were
about
doing
it,
that.
But we would have some nice grass.
It is
well, but the good
so
thing about it is we just put it
temptingly
in the river. We just put it in the river is what we're doing.
Well,
So,
I actually
seems
checked
a little
into-
odd.
I discussed that topic with Mike earlier in the year because we haven't done anything with irrigation yet out there yet. But you know, we have that small tree nursery that we got that land available, and we got some trees out there now that we've been watering by hand. And I was just saying to Mike, if we could have a small well and use your effluent to just water that tree nursery, and he said, no, you don't want to go that way at all, and by law you really couldn't. And I think he has one permit, and this would require another permit, that it just wouldn't be feasible to do it.
It's not like we're advertising it. We're not going to.
I will say this for it. It's a reliable flow.
Yeah.
We wouldn't need to buy as much fertilizer. That's true. Can we move on?
Okay. Where are we at? I got
Auditorium
sidetracked
Fieldhouse. Auditorium Fieldhouse, I think actually, Todd actually did that when he's up here. He said, watch this. And he didn't mess up your papers.
here. He must have.
He did. Sorry. Auditorium Fieldhouse, just go through here the budget changes. 8,200 primarily all COLA. Gas, these are adjustments for historical spending. Another 4,000. Water 1,100 and sewer 1,300. There is a discussion. I don't know, Jay, if you want to lead the. We did have 79,500 budgeted for capital at the auditorium. That numbers went down substantially because we did have some roofing in there that we found that we were able to just do a simple patch, and it's working. Jay, why don't you jump in and take this?
Well, yeah, you know, the auditorium, we do have 2 county offices in there right now, and, you know, really with the wellness center opening and using that, it has not slowed activity at the auditorium down at all. In my mind, there's soccer and volleyball and several different things in there, as well as the activities that go on downstairs. And the men's bathroom for 5 to 7 years has been basically out of order, and now with 2 county offices, we did have $79,500 in the budget, but that went on to do some other things. And Terry and I were discussing that today, and we thought if we could still save, say, $20,000 of that just to do those bathroom repairs, that we have a men's and women's bathroom at the facility, is what we were looking at.
Are they sharing unisex? Is that what?
No, actually, we have a men's locker room that the men are using right now, but that's pretty inconvenient for especially people that don't know of that when they come in, and, you know, they got to follow the signs as best they can. So to reinstate that bathroom would be a wonderful project.
And you think you can do that for 20,000?
Yeah, we've got quotes from local contractors. The range just to do the basic work is about 16.5, and then basically the unknowns, because this is under the building main line, and then we'd have to cover up tile work. So the extra 3,500 would be for our unknowns. So, but we do have a firm quote of 16.5 at the high end to get it back to a new pipe. You know, basically our artery line from the main is broken half somewhere between Broadway and the restroom. So,
did they ever get a camera in that?
Yeah, that's how we found it was broke completely through.
Okay.
We had it cambered. And
is it at grade or is it offset? Is the pipe like that,
it's just offset.
Broken.
It's just, you know, it's the old, I call it pot belly, or what's the name
Cast
of it?
iron.
Cast iron. You know, and it's not here. It's just completely, and it's kind of overlapped itself, and nothing will get through. And, you know, every other year for years, we just had to, you know, clean it out, and it seemed to work. And
we are doing a sewer lining project next year, and I mean, it might be worthwhile to see if those companies can insert a lining in a service like that and save any money.
Yeah, 'cause I believe
without
it's
having to dig
a
it.
4-inch J or 6-inch. I
can't
think it's
say.
4-inch that goes out to the main. I'm not sure, but it's just, with a public building, a public restroom,
Yeah.
we have an alternative, so it's working. It's just we didn't touch it for so many years because the auditorium was forever up in the air. So we weren't going to put money into a building that either we were going to sell or do something. Now that we know it's still in our possession, utilize as much as it's ever been, we think it's time to at least, and if that's next year, Mayor, that it's next year. But it's something to definitely keep on radar. But our recommendation would still be to get 20,000 put back in, or at least on your sheet to prioritize when you guys take the time to do that.
No, we're in the special revenue fund. Right.
Actually, I've got a question on that. Would that actually be a Park and Rec, or would that be a 212 expenditure?
That kind of gets to be a little bit of a gray area. We want to be careful when we view things, whether it's a maintenance or an improvement. I think this would fall along the lines more of an improvement because there would be a total, it sounds like we're digging everything up and would be redoing it. So I don't know where you guys are all at.
And this is one we can go back to the golf course, that reel grinder. This is where Jay and myself are prioritizing. We do have 40,000 in the 201 account in capital. We would have to look, is a public restroom more important at this time than sharp blades on our golf equipment? We feel probably the restroom, because it is a public facility. That's something where we don't have to touch the general fund. We don't have to touch our fund balance. We can just change some projects. And we've discussed this with Todd, and he's confident he can get one more year out of the current one. So that's one financing option we would have.
Colin, make a note that when we go to bid out our sewer lining project this year, that we ask the question if they can line a service, a 4-inch. I'm not worried about the 4-inch part of it. I know they can do that, but how do they get access to it? And even if you had to just dig access holes instead of digging the whole thing up, that might save you quite a bit of money, because it's, not having to dig it, and especially if you're inside the building partially, then you're ripping up floor, and that gets very expensive to repair, and you don't know what you're going to run into. And so I think we need to look at that, and it might not even be 20, it might not be anywhere near that if it's, don't know till we ask the question.
Well, I think if we're going to have a public building and it's going to have that kind of use there, then we're obligated to have the right services there.
Yeah.
And I would agree, Terry, that this probably holds a higher priority than the grinder. If you can't do both.
And we're fine with that.
But I guess
And I do think it is appropriate with the level of this to me would be an improvement with the extent of digging up and replacing pipe and.
So you're feeling 212 at what?
I am. I do feel that, the council can agree or not agree.
I guess that would be my recommendation.
Because we do have a funding source for 212. We have a project later on that we could downsize the city park boat ramp resurfacing. When we checked it, 100% does not need replaced. Probably about, what we figured, Jay, 60%?
Yeah.
So we would have some funds in 212, again, not to mess with the budget
For 19.
for 19.
I would say you'd do it then with that.
Yes, we definitely want to do Jackson Park, but we had both Jackson Park and City Park in the budget, and we took a tour of City Park yesterday, and there is some cracking in the center portion of the boat ramp parking lot that should be repaired, and some corners and that type of thing, but overall it was in better condition, and we'd want to get Rob out there and see how the street department could help us out there too, but I think we can probably cut that project down quite a little.
Okay, and this is nice because you don't have to mess with your special revenue fund if we can do it in the capital improvement fund. And so, I mean, that sounds promising. If you want to make that motion.
Do we need a motion for
Yes,
that to reduce, or do we just?
Well, I think what we can do is, because there would be no change right now to the auditorium, because it is as it is.
in there.
So when we get
Add
into
it.
the capital
That's right.
improvement
Right.
fund conversation, then that would be the time that and I will remind you.
Yeah.
Other than that, auditorium, really, there's nothing else really to discuss unless you have questions.
Anyone have questions? Doesn't look like it, so let's move on.
Okay, we'll move on to the zoo.
Oh, sorry. Councilman Danforth has a question.
Why did I looked at the utilities and the gas, and I've looked at the other departments. What is driving your cost of gas between those two facilities up so much? It's just out of proportion with our other facilities.
Old boilers, because that includes both the field house and the auditorium, and we are in the process of replacing the boiler at the field house right now. In fact, the new boiler is not hooked up yet, but it's sitting in the boiler room, so it's on site. And I think that'll have quite a difference. Wouldn't you agree, Terry?
I would agree. You know, we're sitting in, one's a 1930 building, one's a 1950 building, brick. You know, there's not insulation. You know, they're not. I think that might be a lot different than some of our modern facilities.
But the point is in 3 years, our cost for gas has went up 50-some%. That's what I'm wondering.
Okay.
Is
Have the rates gone up that much? It seems like everybody had an increase, didn't they?
My only other question, though, would be, are you guys budgeting an increase for the county to be in there? Were you heating as much the
No.
office spaces?
Not only that, we had a, programmable thermostat that, we kept it at 60 degrees until we had it at night, so it would bump up to, now they control the thermostat and, so there was part of that. I can't tell you, Kristen, what percentage of that increase was for the county. But I see, Mike, 12, 8, 16, 13, 17, plan on
And that
18.
is a line item with the new boiler at the field house, so we could probably
We could
look
probably
at
decrease
re-
that.
yeah, that was just a curiosity question at a number to see that kind of an increase. I was wondering what was driving that. So something for you guys to look at.
I think definitely we could cut, at least minimum 2,000 off of that. With the new boiler, it is a high efficiency now versus the old one took up the size of this room, the new one size of this table.
That'll make a big difference.
Right. I think we had 78% efficiency on the old one, if that.
Oh, yeah, you weren't
So-
getting that.
Yeah, and I mean, well, our stack up there is this big, and all our heat's
That was a
went up
behemoth.
there. Oh yeah, it was quite the deal. So, but no, I mean, Kristen, if that's something down the road, we need to look
Yeah.
at finding 4,000 to 5,000. Earmark that as potential. Thanks for catching that, Mike. Appreciate it.
Okay, going on to the zoo, we have some increases in salary and health benefits, of course, and then repairs to some of the older equipment and building repair increases. There's a lot of buildings on the ground at the zoo, and seems like there's always, you got to be careful when you have all the exhibits, so there's always maintenance going on there. One of the things, again, when you get to the merchandise available for resale, that took an $8,000 cut too, and that's another one of those line items where that we had $38,000 in that line item, and it was generating in that range of $60,000 in concessions and gift shop revenue. So that would be one we'd like to take a look at.
It's probably a cut I made like late at night or something.
Yeah.
I was hangry.
And then the other thing to point out with the zoo, the subscriptions and membership fee, that took a significant increase, about $4,500, and that's a one-time cost because every 5 years AZA comes in and does an inspection, and that there's quite a little involved with that. So that would cover the cost of that AZA inspection, and the 2019 calendar year. And then the other thing, I got a call about this from Dan, but zoo animals, we normally have $3,000 a year budgeted for replacement zoo animals, and sometimes we carry over some funds if there's an exhibit that we want to purchase, but the zoo animal budget got cut, and that's one we'd probably like consideration for as well. If not, we still are going to have to purchase some zoo animals, and we try and absorb that in the M&O budget to do that, because some of the things like reptiles and fish and that type of thing, it seems like their lifespan isn't that great that we're continually making those purchases. So we'd like our zoo animals back.
Dee Dee got her books.
She didn't get all of them.
We just want the animals.
She did not get all of them.
We'll just go for the reptiles.
And they haven't voted on that yet.
All right. I was just
So
throwing it out there.
With the zoo animals, and I'm not going to make a comment I made about 4 years ago about the guppies and the buffalo, but is that replacement? I mean, do we move some out and bring new ones in? Do some, or do they die? What is the deal? I mean, are we adding on to what we have?
Some of them die, like the fish. They kind of seem to be short-lived. It seems like we're always, fishing in an aquarium. It seems like we're always kind of replacing them. And then, like I say, some years we try and hold on some of that money to carry it over so we can buy some larger stuff. But there's animal trades off too, and we're even, to reduce costs, we're looking at tearing down that old duck building that sits in the southeast corner, because it really isn't very functional for us anymore. And that's where we kind of winter some of the ducks. And if we do that, then we'd probably have some rentals of some of the waterfowl and that type of thing.
Just as an example, Mike, I mean, about a year ago we lost an otter, so we had to replace an otter.
Right.
The sloth was something unique. That was what?
10,000.
That wasn't that much, was it?
Yeah, it was 10,000.
I mean, that was something that we added.
Hope he lives a long, long, long time. They do live a long time.
They do.
Yeah, 30, 40 years.
Plus, they're nocturnal. So when we're open, nobody sees it. I will say there have been a lot of great comments about the sloth.
I've seen it move once.
Yeah. I think we got a stuffed one. I don't know.
Hey, now there's an idea.
Yeah.
Who would know?
We could get,
One quick story. The sloth actually likes sweet potatoes. And they got a real strong sense of smell, so the zookeepers will come in when it is sleeping and kind of entice it with the sweet potatoes, and it'll actually open its mouth, and they'll feed it, and it'll just keep right on sleeping.
Seriously, moss grows on its back, on a sloth's back. I understand that. That's what Dan said. Moss will grow on it because it doesn't move.
It uses the bathroom about every 2 weeks.
I do,
TMI.
Yeah.
Mayor, I got it.
Councilman Vilhauer.
I do have a question, getting off the sloth for a minute. Something that I've heard Dan lament on any number of times. I see the salary adjustments is quite a hike. His lament was a constant turnover with temporary summer staff. Just doesn't have much in the way of permanent staff. And that was really a concern to him. What are we doing, or are we addressing that at all?
We're attempting to, and that's a very good point to that. This does add about half-time grounds maintenance person to take care of the grounds and facilities at the zoo. Isn't ideal, but it's an improvement.
How much is the money for the animals? What was the request?
3,000.
3,000. A lot of fish.
Yeah, Dan does most of our larger exhibits. Dan has a huge network within the zoo, and a lot of trading goes on. So we may have a large animal here for a couple years, and it may go to Sioux Falls or Omaha or Minnesota, and we'll change it out for another exhibit. So it's usually the smaller animal budget. So.
Do we need a motion? Would anyone like to make a motion?
I would move to reinstate $8,000 in the merchandise for resale as well as $3,000 for the zoo animals.
We have a motion by Vilhauer and a second by Solom. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed signify by saying nay. Motion carries.
Oh, I'm sorry.
On to the ice arena and expo building. The big thing there is $10,000 in equipment maintenance. And basically, about every year, we have major project. This year, it's going to be gaskets on the compressors that are going to need to be replaced. And I think the price on that is $11,000, and that's just to get the compressor started at the beginning of the year. So, as we go, and that's why we look to increase that budget, because it seems like we have that higher amount of repairs on this facility to keep it going every year. And so that's why that was initiated in the ice arena budget.
I didn't make any changes from what was requested here. So anyone have any questions or comments? All right, we'll move on.
Okay, we got several different things here going on with the park system budget. Just going down the line here, we got the salary adjustments, insurance premiums, increase the rental for equipment, because one of the things we requested in the budget was probably to get a skid steer for the parks system, but that was cut, and we're not going to try and reinstate that this year. We'll look to that next year, but that does mean that there's certain times our loaders and that type of thing, we either have to get somebody else in, or else we have to rent equipment and that sort of stuff. So we increase there a little bit.
Is that something that you could borrow from another department?
At times, if it's available.
Mm-hmm. How often do you use it?
It seems quite frequently. Just I know, like even when we unloaded that boiler, we ended up unloading that boiler off the trailer, and we took our loader over there and couldn't do it. So then we went to Hercus and got a Bobcat to help to get that off.
Did you reach out to any other department? I mean, street department might have been able to, I don't know if they'd have anything that would work for you, but I hope we can do that within our departments rather than just everybody own their own equipment if you're not using it constantly.
Right. And a lot of that, I mean, there is a lot of that goes on. I mean, we do intermingle equipment. The hard part is we use the skid steer so frequently, I don't think another department, they don't know when it's going to come up for their needs. So
right.
Nobody has a problem for a half a day.
If you're using it all the time, then that's not feasible.
And that's where next year we'll ask for it again. The department does have 2 skid steers right now. The golf course has I think they're both track systems.
Right.
We share one between the zoo and the park shop, and then the golf course has one. So the parks right now will go out and grab one from the zoo. To clarify, the zoo is kind of overtaking the one. They use it daily for cages and things. But yeah, to go out and get a trailer, load up Todd's, the manpower, time, it's just getting hard. So we put one in the budget, but for what we need, I think the $1,500 probably this year is accurate. Within the entire department, we use them daily, but this specific purpose, I think $1,500 rental is probably good enough at this point. Which goes to say, in the budgeting process, maybe that's what we look at. If 1,500 truly meets our need, you got 10 years for only $15,000 versus a $42,000 one. I don't want to slice my own throat here, but that makes more sense budgeting when you can lease or rent and get 20 years out of with no overhead maintenance.
Well, I hope
to
you're
that
looking
vehicle.
at that. I mean,
right,
and
we
have
do
to store it.
Right. So those are things we'll look at.
And one thing in the park system budget, looking at the water again, requesting $3,000 more to kind of get to the actual cost of where we are from year to year. And that again, just following Foundation Field and the gardens over there, as we have been Premier Complex. Through July, we spent about $3,900 for water at Foundation, and then in August it was about $3,900 again. So that's city water also. So that becomes a pretty good cost for us. Okay, and going on with park systems, one, we did request a permanent position in the park system budget, and looking at that with the addition of Premier Complex, we were looking at an athletic complex supervisor that would be responsible for the baseball and softball complexes in the summertime, Anza soccer complex spring and fall, and then the Mays Ice Arena in the wintertime. And just to have someone specialize on those complex areas, and then allow our Parks and Forestry superintendent a little more time to take care of the parks and forestry duties. So we were looking forward to that, and we'll probably continue that in future years to try and secure that position. And then also one of the things that we were looking at, it's frustrating to go around a lot of our park areas and look at some of the picnic tables that we have, and we were talking that we'd kind of like to get onto a 10-year or 5-year rotation and spend about $10,000 a year to start improving and replacing some of the picnic tables that we have. Picnic tables, depending on the size and quality, you're going to be running from $500 to $800 per table, and this would just start we could call out some of the worst ones and replace those with new tables. And also there's probably some where the frames are good that we could replace some of the lumber on, but we got a lot of even different styles: aluminum, fiberglass, wood. We got all sorts of different tables, and we'd like to make that a little more consistent at our areas. So that was $10,000 that we would, if we could find the funding, that we would like to hold on to as we go into the year, because that's definitely a need area, we believe. And then another thing we just wanted to talk about, it isn't a high-priced item, and it may save us a lot of personnel time. We do so much striping when you look at the baseball, softball complexes, but the primary ones are the Anza soccer complex, and this time of the year we'll start striping Mount Hope fields and that type of thing. Right now we have 2 5-gallon walk-behind stripers, and that's going to get us, it's going to probably, what did Wade say today?
2 guys, full day just for Anza. And this would cut it down to one guy, 3-4 hours.
Because this would be a riding type of paint striping machine, and it would be $14,500, but we'd also have a 50-gallon tank on that as compared to 2 5-gallon tanks right now. So that would just improve our efficiency and really save some staff time for us as we're preparing those fields. So we'd like some consideration there as well.
So as it was, the way I recommended it, there was a $322,000 deficit between revenues and expenditures from this fund. And how has that performed in the past? I mean, I don't like to budget that way. And I know, do you normally get more revenue than you project and spend less?
Yeah.
Is that within that range? Or is this where you were saying you're drawing down your
fund balance
to cut it in half?
Right, and that's what we've got to look at is, you know, when we just did the zoo for 8,000 and 3,000. We're gonna have to work with Kristen whether that's an additional general fund transfer or if that's more out of our fund balance. So that's why I would look at these to go back again to that real grinder now that we're in 201, and I think we just got to decide now the prioritize of a striper and tables. Does that take precedence over a real grinder? You know, versus looking at a golf course versus parks. You know, Jay and I are trying to look at it as the Park and Rec department
within your fund.
Within our fund to not touch any more out of our fund balance.
Yeah,
and general funds
highly recommend that. You know, I'm not real comfortable doing much more deficit than this unless.
And nor are we.
Yeah. Go ahead.
This is probably more. Well, I'm going your way, Kristen. We talk about that fund balance. What are the restrictions? What's the intended use of that fund balance, and what are the restrictions that are placed upon that for expenditure, not only what it can be spent on, but I'm assuming anything that comes out of there has to be approved by council as part of a budget, correct?
Kristen, I mean, it's, you know, we have a fund balance, and Kristen, anytime you want to jump in, you know, we also have a couple restricted funds. Golf course and zoo have a restricted fund that back when the golf course was profitable, you know, decade ago, those funds would go in restricted, which should only be approved by our board for spending. Now the fund balance is anything that we didn't spend in expenditures and gain more in revenues at the end of the year. That basically gives us a savings account to do exactly what we're doing now. If you remember earlier this year, we bought the golf course mower out of that fund balance. We came back to you and say, we need a mower. Here's how we're going to fund it. And I think we took that out of fund balance. So that it's basically just no different. Your home account, savings account is really what it is. But Kristen, go ahead.
And our goal is to try and keep that at 2-month operating expense level. So, and that's in that $700,000 range, I think.
We're at $700,000 now with our, and we'll be half of that.
Yeah.
If things pan out the way we've projected.
The Park and Rec Fund has a couple restrictions, and when we speak of, when Terry was talking about the restricted, it's actually the restricted cash, and that was established by the Park and Rec Board. Not only does the golf course have that, the zoo also has a restricted cash balance, as well as I think it's the park systems, and that's set aside for park development. So there are some restrictions too. They're not real significant. In regards to the budget, when Jay and Terry are speaking of the 300 and I think it's around 320,000 that they're talking, they're kind of off. There again, the Park and Rec Fund is similar to the general fund and kind of what we see of the not spending as much as budgeted and taking in more of the revenue. It's a conservative revenue budget as well. When I did my projections off of what the mayor's proposed budget had, if we looked at history, I would put the fund balance we'd be taking would be more around the 100,000. So if it plays out the way it has in the past 5 years, I would say we're probably not going to see quite the 320,000. I definitely think,
is a deficit.
Yep, it is a deficit. It was going into the budget even with the history of the Park and Rec Fund. So I think there's a little room, but I think taking into consideration maybe not going for the golf course and those are some decisions that I think have to be made. But I did just want to give a little back history on the Park and Rec Fund, as it is another one like the general fund that we do kind of a history balancing on, and that's what it was sitting at, was around 100,000 deficit. So,
Councilman Vilhar?
Kristen, you know right offhand, pull the CAFR, I suppose, and take a look at it, but how much are those restrictions that we have within the Park and Rec Fund? In other words, the 700,000, that's unrestricted, right? That we're talking about.
That's correct. I'd have to pull the CAFR. I don't have it in front of me to look, but I think, if I remember right, I think before the mower was purchased, I thought the golf course was around 70, and they took about 42, if I'm remembering right. And the zoo is, I don't know, I want to say it's pretty, I think it's around 10,000. And the park systems one is pretty low too. So they're not huge restrictions, but there is some there.
Kristen, does the cash in lieu of land go into that parks restricted?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. That's where that cash goes for future park development.
And is that where we also put that trail money, or that when the bike club dissolved, there was 16,000? Did that go into that?
That did as well.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Where are we?
Finishing up on park systems, are there any other questions?
Did we want to do anything on the striper and the tables? We had 24,500, Jay, 14.5 striper and 10 for tables and chairs.
Yeah.
Do we want to ask for a motion to put those in within the motion to take that off the reel grinder budget? I mean, is that getting too carried away, Kristen?
No, I mean
what do you?
right now with what you've the aquatic center was kind of a wash with the increase of the revenue and the two expenditures going up. If we added everything up between the zoo and what you're asking for in park systems right now, you're at about 35,500. So, and your reel grinder was 40.
Councilman Villar?
I guess, guys, which is more important, the reel grinder or the items that the picnic tables and the
You're saying the
striper?
other stuff, right?
Yeah, we just had the side conversation says the latter, the parks division, the tables, chairs, and striper for efficiency and public usage.
I would move that we reinstate those two items and take out the reel grinder on the golf course. Would be my motion.
We have a motion by Vilhar and a second by Bueller. Any discussion? Councilman Roby?
Just one question. I get the manpower savings. How often do you stripe again? Is it
Usually between when we there's a time of year we'll stripe almost daily after we mow. When we hit that shoulder season, still having the softball complexes and soccer going. Not only that, we flag now lacrosse. We flag for the Watertown Rebel football team. So minimum is a week. Our slowest time is like say Anza. We'll stripe, but as soon as we mow, we clip off that striping, and we need to go back in. So
quick math says you'll justify that in what, 3 years?
yeah, I mean,
How long will it last?
I believe, without question, I'd say 15 years.
That's a good deal. We have a motion and second. Any other discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed signify by saying nay. Motion carries.
City Park. And the significant changes, personnel is simply COLA. Construction materials is up 1,000. What that is we put in the O&M to redo some split rail fencing that's aged or pretty much cracked and broke out there. We put that in O&M instead of CIP. The building maintenance 1,500 those are for all new automatic flush valves within our comfort stations. Right now they're manual, and not too often do people take the energy to push the lever. So we are going to go to automatic flush valves for sanitary purposes. The maintenance of other 1,000 is just an adjust to the actual cost, what spending's been, and 2,000 electricity. Primarily, we never budgeted for Winter Wonderland with the Optimist over winter, and that's typically been about a $2,200 to $2,500 electric bill. So that's just putting it in to make it a realistic figure. And no capital purchases for 19. Any questions on City Park?
Councilman Vilhar?
You're made whole by based on the way we account for when the cooking on Campeska, we shut down the parks out there for a week or 8 days or whatever it was. Okay, you're showing that revenue, and we accounted for that elsewhere as an expenditure then within the city budget. Is that I mean, you guys were made whole in your department, weren't you, for that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll get the 8,000 from the chamber for, which is a wash. If they weren't there, we would generate about 8,000 in camping. So it didn't affect our revenue as long as we are getting that reimbursement. So.
All right. Any other questions? Okay. I think we can move on.
And that would be to the 101 division, cemetery and forestry. And basically in forestry, it's personnel services, and then we reduced actually the motor fuel and lubricants to show actual usage.
Anyone have any questions?
Jay, how often do we look at what the cost of plots are? I mean,
Pretty much it's every 2 years. Because historically, I think it's been, in the time I've been here, historically, it's been 5% increase every 2 years. And I think it has been that way, Terry, correct me if I'm wrong, but for some time.
so what does that cost? Well, if I wanted to go buy a plot today, what's it cost me?
What is,
$480 per space.
Do we know how that compares to other communities, other public cemeteries?
Not off the top of my head. I do believe Tom's part of the cemetery, or where they do have an annual where they submit all their pricing. They do get a printout for the region. The State Park and Rec Association, I think, also has the same data that we could get you, but I have not looked at it closely enough, Mike, to give you if we're high, low, medium as far as the value. I don't know. I can definitely get it to you.
Well, usually that's a one-time expenditure.
Most of the time.
So I think we need that's an opportunity for us to make sure we're in line with everybody else. We don't need to be the cheapest. They're going to come to Watertown from Brookings to get buried. They're going to come here. We need to make sure that we are in line, that we're not, it doesn't serve us any purpose to be low.
Right.
So we just need to be reasonable so that we can continue to fund that area, which I do want to say I personally think they do a great job out there. I really do.
They do. They work hard. Well, that's a double grave space, so.
well, here it would be 625 in the numbered section, 765 in the.
Yeah, we're actually at 6 1/4 per grave space, and that's in the numbered section, and the letters section is 765. We have numbered and letters sections, just old part of the cemetery, new part. So the old part's actually, I believe, more expensive. That's the more treed area, kind of aesthetically more pleasing. So, but those go up annually, and I think we probably are in line with majority of cemeteries. I don't think people shop around much. But,
It's a captive audience.
I have a question. Do you think that's is it in line with the private cemeteries then too?
Tom would have this info. I'll gather it and I can shoot an email out just to see. But I got to think we are. I think it's like anything else. If you're not, well, maybe it's not like anything else. But okay, forestry. No, I can sure check, guys. But I guess we've never been accused of. Yeah, gouging on the cost of it. So.
Okay. Any other questions on cemetery? Okay, then we'll move on to mosquitoes.
Yes, and this is back in the 101 budget, and basically just piggybacking on what Mike was doing and what we were doing before. Normally there's that $80,000 to $80,500 budgeted for spray materials and about $11,000 for our mosquito coordinator, so he can check the traps and get all that done during the season. And this is just to let you know, this has been an amazingly busy season, and the traps, like all 6 traps, tripped again this week, so they're spraying all 6 sections of town, and I think we have for the last 5 or 6 weeks, so, and I don't remember that in previous years. Normally it slows down a little bit, but the QLEX numbers, that trap trips at 10, and this year we've had several traps that have been in the 200s of that species in there, so that's higher than I ever recall as I've observed those readings. So we may, sometimes that budget gets exceeded a little bit. This may be one of those years because we're really hitting quite the run for mosquitoes, and we do each year get a grant kind of based on community size and the number of West Nile virus cases and that type of thing from the South Dakota Department of Health. And like this, in the 2018 budget year, that grant was $8,655. So this is just kind of an ongoing fund. Some years we don't come close, some years close, and some years exceed.
Yeah. All right, any questions? I proposed whatever they requested. Okay, moving on to forestry. Also general fund.
Yes, forestry, other than the personnel services and a couple slight increases in the equipment maintenance and that type of thing, pretty much status quo with the previous year.
I caught your chipper.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's going to kind of be one of those, like the cemetery loader, where you got to go quite a few years to get that rascal.
Yeah, it took 17 years to get the cemetery backhoe, so the chipper's up to 5. So we'll just, yeah, it's in rotation, the 15-year rotation. Just happy to be part of the team, accept that cut.
Could I?
Councilman Billhauer.
Are you? Because I know Jane, you and I have talked about the chipper before. I mean, are you making progress? I mean, I shouldn't say that. You are making progress around town, though, what I see of stumps or stumps disappearing around town. You just want to comment on that? Or do you feel like you're falling behind?
Well, I feel like we're falling behind, but we're actually getting into that time of the year when we're really going to aggressively go after the stumps. In fact, we're looking at even, we have some seasonal labor money left that we're probably looking at if we can find the people to bring a couple people on and just get them into the stump grinding and then filling the holes and seeding, filling with dirt and seeding. We looked at possibly, contracting that out, but, we're going to be, depending on the size, we're going to be running $800 to $200 or $80 to $200 a stump to complete that work. So, we're looking at that seasonal budget, and basically Junior Block, our forester, he breaks the city into 4 quadrants, and in the fall he tries to take a quadrant and get the stumps and then go on, because we've talked about it before, and basically tree felling and removal and stump routing are 2 totally different functions. And we're very lucky we have the street department with the big trucks, because when we get into some of these big trees, if it was just our crew cutting those trees out and then hauling them away, it would just take us forever. But oftentimes when we do a big project like that, we coordinate with the street department. They come in with their big trucks, and we can get the projects done very efficiently, so it works out well. But no, we know there's stumps out there, and we're going to be getting after them. And out to City Park, there's a bunch of stumps, and at the golf course, so we got some work to do.
Okay. Councilman Denver.
On that regard, it seems like last year we talked about somewhere in your longer term CIP putting in a tree spade. Is that in there?
We have not yet, no.
Because that's, as we start growing more of our trees, that day's coming very quickly. That, especially where we see it really right now is at the golf course, and we see it in some of our parks. We spend, if we move trees, it's expensive to pay for it. Very expensive. You might want to just consider taking a look at that longer term somewhere out there, that we get a city tree spade.
And you know, when you consider that, it would be nice to get one like that B&B tree service that comes into town from Brookings that does move our trees, to have one on a unit like he has, so that it's really efficient to get that thing around. And you know, then even on the, because pretty much that 90-inch spade, he has kind of that on a tractor, doesn't he? That he's pulling that with pretty much a semi on that one, and then the 44-inch one is a smaller unit. But you know, that would be part of it too, the spade and the truck to put it on.
All right. Any other questions? Okay, this concludes the general fund items, and I know Don needs to get moving, so I'm going to suggest that we gather up from last night and review the requests for changes to the general fund, and you guys make a motion on that, and so Don can take off. He's got a long drive.
I have a drive this evening, about 2.5 hours, so I would like to get going. I do also want to make the point, Mike, we need to take a poll on our next meeting. We can't afford to have 4 or 5 people at these meetings. We need to take a poll. I know for a fact I have a conflict at the next meeting, so let's get a poll to make sure we have attendance at the next CIP meeting, which is the CIP meeting on the 30th. I know I will. Right now, I'm 99% sure I won't. That date won't work for me. So let's re-poll that. Thank you.
All right, Kristen, you want to run down what we did yesterday?
Okay, I will try to kind of go over. After last night's meeting, if we were to increase all the requests, and that would have been for the equipment and the 3 positions. The 3 positions were the 2 police officers and the 1 street maintenance worker. And then, like I said, the equipment requests, that increased the expenditures by about $508,000. Okay. And then after the fire department and ambulance came in, that puts our total at more around the 595 to 600,000. It's hard for me to estimate the people just because it kind of takes in, but I can get them about as close as I can just here. What that breaks down to is if we were to give everything that was asked, you would have $355,000 in equipment and $240,000 of employees.
And the deficit would go
and your deficit would go from, we started last night around 1.5 million, and you would be at about 2,096,000. And your total expenditures then would be sitting more around 18.2 million.
Councilman?
Do you want to take these one by one, I assume?
Yes.
Let's pick off the easy ones first.
Okay.
Let's rank it. What are the easy ones?
Either
Yes or no, but the easier ones, if I could say it that way.
I think in my opinion, I think we've got 2 different things to look at. If we look at our capital, that is a one-time expense. If we look at our personnel, we know that once we've put the positions in, they remain in. So I think there is 2 ways to look at it. I kind of have to leave it up to the council which way you'd like to go. Like I said, I kind of broke them down so you could see where you'd be at if you went with capital. It's $355,000. If you wanted to look at the personnel, it's about $240,000. Each of the positions sits, I would gauge them between a $55,000 to a $60,000 a position.
Kristen, you have all that written down right in front of you.
Yeah.
Can you run copies? Don, I like the idea of saying, okay, I agree.
It's not the prettiest, but yes.
Well, yeah, I think that's the way to do it versus just deal with the some numbers here.
What was
In
that
the
figure
break here,
for?
by the way, I just thank you for being flexible with my schedule here. It's a family thing. I should have left hours ago, but thank you, and I appreciate all your time. I know how much effort you guys put into this.
I appreciate that you're here, Don. That's quite a sacrifice you're making.
Was the equipment the lion's share? Would that be the street sweeper? Is that a big? That was that three? Was it 285?
And then we got to remember the snow removal too there was $45,000 or $55,000.
Yep.
Kristen,
Yeah.
there was a
Yep, and
that 55 you
Yep, sorry. Yeah. Yeah, no, the 55,000 for the snow removal is taken into account with the original 508,000. So that's already kind of part of my numbers. Yeah, I know. Sorry, I told you. This is not. This I know. Okay. Okay. So would you prefer to go department by department, or would you?
Let's list the people.
Okay.
So there's 2 police officers.
You have two.
Okay,
two
go
police officers. You have 1 street maintenance worker, and then you had 1 firefighter EMT. The other part of the fire was the request to increase the temporary salaries. So that is some of the numbers that I put in. That was just an increase to match what they had budgeted in 18. It kind of got dropped. I think the thought was that if they got the 2 positions, they wouldn't need as much temporary. So Doug did request the 1 full-time position and then a $5,000, and that only matched what they had in 18. So,
Councilman Roby.
The one comment I was looking through the fire. It's only going to reduce it an hour a day. I thought they would have reduced it by more than that if they'd have brought another full-time on. Did I miss something there?
No, it went from 7 to 6.
So only an hour. I would have thought we'd have saw a bigger reduction than that, but
30 hours a month.
Let's list all the items. Yeah, it'd be nice to, just so we got the people thing done, right?
yes. Okay, so we have the people. Then you have a $33,305 police car, a $285,000 street sweeper, a $5,500. I'm sorry. A $5,500 generator, $50,000 for library books. 50,000 is what that was the bare minimum that that Dee Dee requested. In the fire department, you had $12,500 for the imaging cameras, $11,000 for bunker gear, and the $13,000 for the air tanks. Yep, that was just the tanks. That was part of that big group, and that was where Doug said that he would prefer to just have the air tanks. That is everything. And each one of those positions, like I said, it's hard for me to give you an exact, but I would say they are between 55,000 to 60,000. And
Kristen, excuse me, where were the AEDs? Did they not request 4 AEDs, the police department?
Oh, you are correct, yes. Yep. And that was 6,000. Yes.
Councilman Roby?
I'm looking at your summary here, the 240K in employees. I know we got the 156 for the ambulance. The other three were from,
Then you had 2 police officers.
is that on this page here?
Oh, yeah. I just added it up in my
Okay, so we
head.
got 2 PDs,
And 1 street
one
maintenance.
street
Yep.
maintenance.
About 120. Like I said, if you average between 55 and 60,000 a position,
And the street maintenance
it would
worker?
be around the same. Yep. 55 to 60,000.
Okay.
Yep.
Roughly 50, yeah, 60, 50.
Well, and the critical elements, I mean, these are all important things. Public works and public safety. Those are the positions. And Councilman Vilhauer?
It's safe to say that the equipment that we're looking at is going to be needed at some point near future anyway, right? I mean, I feel like we've got no choice but to approve the requests that we're seeing for the equipment based upon what the department heads are telling us. I mean, we're going to spend that money, and it's only going to get more expensive as time goes by to replace that equipment too. So just my thought relative to the equipment.
Councilman Danforth?
I kind of take a slightly different approach to this. Instead of doing it by equipment versus people, I look at it on the public need and public safety. I look at it that way first. And as I look at, again, they asked for 2 police officers. I don't know if one does them any good or if they have to have 2, but I know what we've got going on in our community with the drugs and what we want to be able to do, and other things that result from other instances and what come from the drug activity. I'm inclined to support the public safety aspects of things. I would support the 2 police officers. I would support when it comes to the fire department, the cameras, the gear, the tanks, and then for the police, the AEDs. All of those relate to the safety of our either our firemen or the people that the AEDs are going to help. I do support the books. I would can the generator. I would can the sweeper. I would can the PD car at this point. I wouldn't go with the firefighter EMT position because a lot of that justification was on public education. And if we forego that, I don't know if we necessarily see an impact one way or the other at this time. A year from now, we're going to know a lot more on how the budget's working with the way you guys are working it and the way we're working it. I think that position could be held off. And then I suppose the 5,000 part-time is what they've had. Is that correct? Yes. So that really should be put back in so that's where I'm at. As I look at these items, I know what that total adds up to. I'll quick do that.
Madam Chair, while he's adding, I'll just throw my comments. I'm good with the fire department equipment. I'm with you on that one. I'm good with the part-time in the fire department. I agree with the generator out, the sweeper out. The books, we got to do something, whether it's 50K or something more, or something slightly more. I do wonder about the police car a little bit because we really pushed those guys to get into that rotational aspect of it. I think they're trying to stick to that. And I know we pushed that as a council. They maintain their cars pretty well. Could they get by on that? Another year, probably, but that is contrary to what we were saying, 2 years ago. Struggling with both police officers. I want to give them at least one. I struggle with the second one.
Would it be appropriate at this time if we did it by department just because it is their department's budget? Would the council feel comfortable?
Just vote on each.
We would just vote on what just make a, or what we can do is if we don't want to, if a council member would like to make a motion, like of what you want to put into that department. Okay, so, go ahead.
So the difference between what I said and you said is the police car?
Pretty close. I question the car.
One police officer.
You've got to do at least one. I agree with that. I've been enough of these seminars and seen it. But, I'm okay with at least one more police officer. Question. Thank you. I'm very good with at least one police officer. Just because it's tight. The second one I'm on the fence on. The fire department, I picked up on what you said also, is it wasn't emergency services per se, and there wasn't I didn't see a big savings on overtime to justify it at this point. Generator out, sweeper out, books, yes. Fire department equipment, yes.
Mayor, what would you think? You deal with Lee all the time. Would he rather have 2 police officers and no car, or would you rather have 1 police officer and 1 car, really?
I think initially I thought he was going to ask for 1 police officer and 1 car. I didn't realize he was going to ask for 2 after our conversation. So I think that he was on the fence with that extra police officer. So I would say he'd probably prefer 1 officer and 1 car.
I'd be good with that. I kind of wear us as 1 for sure.
That's my.
So if we do that, it'd be minus 60.
Councilman Bueller had.
How many, originally, was it 4 cars that he originally 3 in the original budget?
Yeah.
Does it make sense, instead of taking this by department and saying we're going to give them everything, that we take it by line item? That we vote on line items with these things? So we look at the squad cars, we look at the maintenance, all of these things, and just vote on them individually. Instead of saying we're going to go with all the stuff the fire department's asked for. We're not going to go with anything with...
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
But just as an FYI...
I'm okay with that, if we do them individually, but by department, yeah.
Don, based on what you'd said, going with the police car and the 1 PD officer, it comes to an additional 190 out of the total, is what I get.
No, it would be like 60 plus 33.
It'd be 99,000, because what you'd have is you'd have about 60,000 for the position, 33,000.
No, I'm talking about the total that when I made recommendations and had those dollars up, and then when Don said take 1 officer out and add the car, that total then of everything, which was just so we know aggregately what we're agreeing to versus just only look at the line item. You know what I'm saying?
You mean with the other departments too?
All of these things. If we looked at everything and said 1 police officer,
okay.
The $5,000 for the
190.
It's 190, right?
It is.
Right.
Mike, let's go through it. We'll get an informal agreement.
Right. No, I know that. I just want everybody to know that number compared to what we started off with, which was almost 600,000. So.
Yeah, and I did agree. It is the 190 with.
Okay. Yeah, that's everything. Got it.
Just so I understand, so we're going to go by department, but we're also going to go by item. And I will receive a motion and a second to... Okay.
Do it informally so we get the end, we verify the total, then make a motion on that. That's what just because I don't want to make a bunch of motions and go back, oops, we were more than we thought, and now we have to redo it.
Okay, so I will take a proposal for the police department. The request that they had was 2 police officers, which would be $120,000, the AEDs for $6,000, and the police car for $33,300. And then I will let a council member.
The informal, not a motion. Informally, I'd say do the 1 officer and the 1 car, and the AEDs.
Okay.
I would go along with that as well.
Okay.
We are not making a motion until you go through all the
Yep.
departments.
I want to get the final total, make sure they don't go loose.
Yeah.
Don't we all want to weigh in on that?
Yeah, we all
I would say.
formally-
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good with that.
All right.
So then we will move on to the street department. And the street department had a request of one new employee. That would be around $60,000. They had the street sweeper for $285,000 and a generator for $5,500. Didn't you, Rob, did you not remove the pickup?
Informally.
I thought you also said you didn't need the pickup.
Yeah, last night when we were talking, there was a street sweeper, crew cab pickup, tractor side mower, and a generator. And I know we were asking for sure the tractor side mower. I guess I wasn't aware that we said anything about the pickup, but that's, it's up to you guys. You guys got to decide what
You say you do want the tractor or side mower?
No, not the
you
tractor
don't.
side
Okay.
mower. I think we can get by another season without that, and that was $120,000.
But isn't the pickup already in your budget?
No,
No,
that
I cut
that got axed.
I cut all of his capital.
I only had the street sweeper and the generator. That's all I had, but
Yeah.
We don't.
And one additional full-time worker.
Yeah. Yep.
Councilman Roby.
I thought one of the poignant comments in that discussion was what the mayor said, when the number one complaint
It is.
we get in this
It
city
is.
is potholes.
It
It
is.
is the number one complaint, and it's by a wide margin.
Yeah.
So, Rob, in that regard, you would want the additional employee. Is that correct?
We'd definitely be better off with the employee over the equipment we're asking
Yeah.
for.
I go ahead. Rob.
I would also notice, if you go back and look at the history, I know we outsource some stuff, but that department's been running on 12, 13 employees for a decade.
Yeah,
I mean,
actually-
the head count has been flat for at least a decade, maybe one or two up.
Actually, Jim Susi, who's been with the department since the 80s, has said that the department was bigger, I think it was, in the early 80s.
And I would probably suggest. I mean, the community has grown, and then we've also added the park and rec features to the community as well. And I know they're after tonight. I hear how many times. Well, yeah, we'll get Rob to come in, and Rob does this, and Rob does that. I personally, my vote would be to add that additional person to the park and rec. That's my.
To street.
I'm sorry. To the street. I apologize. Sorry.
Oh, darn, Terry.
I'm on the park board. I just can't help it, man. No, but I did mean the street. Rob,
Yeah.
you got to get something out of this deal tonight.
That was another thing, Mike, last night when we were talking, I didn't mention, but like throughout last winter and stuff, we had like 5 weeks, we had 4 of our guys helping forestry out throughout the winter, the open part of the winter. So we try to help out when we can, where we can.
Yeah. Yeah. Seems like a general consensus to put the street.
okay. So just so for the street department, we will do the one maintenance worker, and I will put it in around the 60,000. Like I said, it's difficult without having my total spreadsheet, but that's about what it's at.
Okay.
Okay, if we move on, We can do the library next. And the library was for the books. And Dee Dee asked for the bare minimum that she felt she could do was the 50,000. So, okay. Okay. Then if we looked at the fire department's request was, the total was 36,500, and that's for the cameras, the bunker gear, and the air tanks.
And then a staff person.
That's actually falls under the ambulance.
Oh, that's ambulance.
Yeah.
Okay.
That, yes, the 5,000 will be, yep, under the ambulance.
You know, I know it's not much. I would, personally, I don't know if we would have to do the bunker gear at this time. I think that's something we could look at perhaps next year for replacement.
Councilman Roby?
That's their actual turnout.
Yeah.
So
And they have to replace those after, I mean, they try to stay ahead of it so they're not doing it all at once.
Okay.
It is kind of putting off the inevitable for. Oh, I know.
Guys, I'm going to go back to it though. That gear is their lifeblood when they're going into something. And for what is it, $11,000? Whatever it
Well, I
is,
think
$11,000.
he said it was just because it's starting to get a little smoke filled, a little bit dirty. I think is what his reasoning was. If I'm not, it's a small amount.
Yeah, it's not a safety thing. I don't think.
No.
those guys know what they're doing. They put us on tour out there. I believe in the cameras. I believe in the cameras, and the air tanks goes without saying it.
Yeah.
It's
equipment.
It's either going to be the 36,500. If the bunker gear is removed, you'll be at the 25,500.
If I'm going to err, I know where I'm erring. I'm going to err on the side of including it. To me, I don't know the status of that stuff. I wish Doug was here to answer to that. I would never ever want to put somebody's life in jeopardy because we wanted to save $11,000 that we're probably going to spend twice that next year. That's where I'm at. I don't know.
I would like to point out too, when it does come to their, whether you call it bunker gear or turnout gear, the difficulty with that is they do try to fit it to the person's size. So if you do have employees that, if somebody leaves and they're not it gets difficult. So if they do have any turnover, they do fit it to the person. So that does create a little bit too where, yeah.
All right then. I pulled the dang bunker gear. Holy smoke! Let's move on.
I will just tell you, after doing the fire ops, I get why they want it to fit.
And then the final one under the general fund will be the ambulance. And the request under the ambulance was for the one fighter fire EMT position, which there again would be around your 55 to 60,000. And then Doug did request the additional 5,000 to the temporary, and that brought him back to the same as last year's budget in the temporary. So I'll let.
As previously stated, I support the $5,000 part-time temp employee, and I think we hold off on the firefighter EMT, based on what I heard description of it tonight.
Any dissent? Okay, so what does that all total up to? Let the accountant say it.
The total on that would be $250,800.
Okay, is there a motion?
Okay, so I think what I would like to do just to run through it again, and then I'll ask for the motion in the second, and I'll just kind of go through everything. Okay, so this would be adding one police officer, 6,000 for the AEDs, 33,300 for the police cars, the street car, yes. The street department would have one additional maintenance worker position. The library will have 50,000 for books. The fire department will have a total of 36,500 of equipment, and ambulance will have 5,000 for the temporary salaries, for a total increase to the general fund expenditures of 250,800.
And that brings the total deficit to
Let me do that math.
about,
Well,
let's
199.
do the math.
About your deficit now is about 2.2 million. Yeah, 2,250,000. So, because we were sitting. Well, hang on. Hang on. No, it's not. Hang on.
0.7. In the 1.7.
1.49 plus. Yeah. Yep. Because you were about 1.5, and then with the, so 1.75.
And that 1.75 would not have been out of order from previous years where we've been okay?
I would agree with that, because when we came in at the 1.5, it was pretty much right on to our past years of projection. So even adding another 250,000, I think we've always kind of came out ahead with that. So I still think we're kind of right in line.
I think my gut feeling too is with sales tax revenue next year, we're going to see a big bump with all the construction workers in town on the two major projects that are going on in our region, plus a lot of other things. So,
But, the other thing, Mayor, too, is this is in line with what we've seen in past years, at least the numbers you shared from 2013 through 17. The other thing is we watch our revenues as they're coming in for the year, and if we see that something slows down, then we got to dig in and we got to slow down expenditures that we can.
yep.
And it seems very manageable to me.
Okay.
I make a motion.
I was going to make a comment, though. You showed that graph that you showed me last night, Kristen, as far as budgeted versus actual revenues, that is narrowing, which means we can't necessarily count on the extra revenue that we're not budgeting for.
Yeah.
Kristen, did you not say that we typically are about 105% of projected revenue is what we end up with? And
Yeah.
then we're about 95%, you said, of budgeted?
Yes, when we
Of what our actuals are.
Yes, when we look at the last 5 years and we put in what our original budgets were and then what our actuals come in at. And when we do that over the course of 5 years, we do end up trending to where we spend about 95% of our budgeted expenditures, but then we take in about 105% of our budgeted revenues. So it shows kind of where that's, I think, as the mayor and I were discussing, that's where we would like to see it. Nothing is wrong with the budget, but what we like to see is the gap between the budget and the actual gets closer, so that we really have in line what our actual revenues are and what our actual expenditures are.
Other communities actually budget for no deficit. And that's what's recommended by the State Department when I had the training. And I would like to get there, and we need a conversation about a whole bunch of other things that are related to this, so for another day. So would you like to make a motion, Councilman Y?
I would like to make a motion to put the items back in as discussed.
Okay. Second. We have a motion by Y and a second by Danforth. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed signify by saying nay. Motion carries. I think you're excused now.
Appreciate all your flexibility.
See you then.
Safe trip.
Drive safe, yeah.
Okay. Nope.
We're
The
not
rest
done
of
yet.
you are stuck.
How do we vote to get out of
Oh, we'll just dismiss like we did last year.
I didn't know if we had
You got to stay here until we have a
We'll
quorum
just-
again.
Where's my agenda?
formally.
started it, it'll be forever going.
Okay, I lost my agenda somewhere in this file. So next we have Prairie Lakes Wellness Center. Here it is.
Okay, Wellness Center. Pete or Spencer, can you go to 182, please? There you go. Kristen, help me out on this. On the temp salaries, I believe there's an error that needs council. Oh, shoot. That I believe needs council approval.
Yeah. Oh.
Done.
Done.
Should I call him back real quick?
If we could.
Yeah.
It's,
This will be the last. Yeah.
Well, you can make the change.
That's true. I mean, yeah, it's not a huge, I mean, we could put it in with the under, this was, well, and not even, it could be similar to what we had to do, you know, last night with some of, well, I guess we did kind of take care of all those now, but.
Couldn't we vote on that when we come back for the CIP meeting? As the initial item, just roll it out and.
We could, because, yeah. And I mean, I can explain it. It was actually my error.
So should we all go home right now?
Yeah, you can mark that
Two?
down, Mike.
Is it two?
Yeah, mark it down.
so we'll wait till the 30th or the
No,
whatever
we'll discuss it now because then I will place
Okay.
it in. But if, yeah,
Well, what it is, if you look at the temp salary line item 41102, one column I believe just didn't get brought over into the equation. So that 335.5 should actually be 427,000, and that's going to need council action to make that change. But I believe the money is already accounted for. It's just a spreadsheet. So then we will go back up to page 181 on the recap page. And with the Wellness Center budget, you know, John and I and everybody have discussed, you know, we're still only now budget number 2, really. We're still trying to get a hold of these numbers. So that's why you see a quite of amount of significant budget and personnel changes. So ignore really line 1 at negative 54.1. That's actually going to be an increase. And I don't know for sure, Kristen, what that number is, but it's basically COLA. Insurance premiums, we did adjust down 10,000. Banking up 3,500. Obviously, that's due to volume. The more members, the more we're running the banking services needs. And I won't touch on all these. I'll go to the higher amounts. Building maintenance, 8,000. Typically, just trying to refine the budget, trying to find that magic number, and that's kind of the same argument all the way down from. Chemical, pool chemicals, things like that. So you do see some deducts here. The center expense was 21,000. What that was a catch-all line item that Chris and I, Jay, discussed that we wanted more accounting to know where things were going. So instead of a miscellaneous catch-all, we've been coding bills more specific to building maintenance, equipment maintenance, office supplies. So John's been breaking those down to different. So the 21,000 was actually spread amongst different line items. It's absorbed into other ones, yes. The other negatives, 7,000. John decreased that just for the fact of the concessions that we thought we'd sell, the gifts, things like that, just were not there. So we deducted that. Deducted ed and rec supplies, postage went down. Utilities, the 26,800, Chris and I believe was we are no longer going to be accountable for the Boys and Girls Club building. Is that correct, Kristen?
that is correct. That was removing those expenses that were being paid for the old recreation center and Boys and Girls Club out of the Wellness Center fund.
So that was that one. Then the other supply is 3,500. Again, just to reiterate, this is still a work in progress budget. You know, we've had a 2/3 of a year, a full year. Now we're doing a budget in August of the second full. You know, so it's just keep trying to refine those numbers. I expect when we come back next year, after seeing 2 full years, we'll have these numbers a little more stable. So, any questions on that as far as capital? 48,500 was the total, and what that is just a mixture of exercise machines that's on a regular replacement cycle that John has, and then there's something later, I believe, in 212 for the wellness center. So, questions that people have related to? Oh yes. We did get funded for one maintenance person, a full-time janitorial position. I wouldn't say maintenance, so. And we did deduct, I believe, Kristen, about 2,200 hours out of the part-time salary to compensate for that. So I think the net cost was around 23,000 to get rid of some of that part-time wages and just get one person that's consistent and things like that. So
That's correct.
The purpose there is we have such a revolving door with our maintenance and janitorial staff, and we're consistently and constantly hiring and losing people in that position. So we thought if we could find a consistent, permanent person and reduce some of those seasonal hours, we'd be dollars and dollars ahead.
You can't call?
Oh, should I call now?
Terry, can I ask you a question while Terry and Jay?
Yeah, you bet.
A couple things. First of all, when you go back to your performance measures, those numbers on there, you know, our membership contracts go way up, and then we talk about single memberships, and then the family member. We only got 6 family memberships. I mean, is that true? Or did there
I see where
different
you're looking here.
Something looks really.
Yeah, something's definitely not right there. I mean, the total.
It doesn't do anything with the budget. It's more of a curiosity of how the facility is running. And same thing when it comes down to like number of tournaments held, number of rentals. Those numbers just seem incredibly light compared to what I hear.
Yeah, I do believe there's an error on this.
Okay.
I will. What I'll do is I'll go with John tomorrow and email out a revised, because this is no way that this is accurate.
Well, that's what I was thinking too. And I, being where we're at with this and what we've communicated to the public, I think it's important that we make sure that we're good there.
And we'll make that available.
The other thing is, just as you're looking at 2018, we're 8 months into this thing, how is 18 looking overall from just against the budget? If we carry out like planned, are we going to make a little money, break even, lose a little money? Is it?
As it sits right now, John does a good job, spreadsheet monthly. We are on pace right now, truly, what we talk about. Our revenues are slightly higher than projected, and our expenditures are slightly lower, which would give us a roughly, I believe, right around $100,000 profit.
Okay,
if things stay status quo, and we made it through the hard time in a fitness center through the summer. Nice thing is we have a bulk of recreation programs from swimming lessons that kind of boost that revenue as well. But right now we are right on pace looking at August expenditure revenue reports. I think we're 58% through the year, and we were, at 62% of revenues collected. I mean, so everything is really on key.
Well, and the reason why I ask that too is I go back. I think it's important as we look at some of our other facilities and what we communicate to we look at the ice arena for the future, for example. We did a lot of work to try to create a budget that we felt was reasonable, and we thought at that time that we could perform similar to the other rec center, which was either close to break even or maybe a subsidy of $50,000 to $70,000 a year. And it looks like we're on track with that.
We are.
And that's even without some of the sponsorship and donor dollars coming back into the revenue side. So I think that's important that
it is for the public to know that.
That's a facility that right now it's close to sustaining itself, and that's a great deal.
Yeah. And that's even if we can hit the old rec center, even if we subsidize that $50,000 to $75,000, even if we can hit that on the new one, that percentage of budget supplemental is minimal.
Yeah, that is.
But our hope is to right now, if we stay on pace, and even the 2019 budget shows about $100,000 profit.
Yeah.
And what we need to do, and since you brought that up, talking about the $28,000 that the council on all action and sponsorships is all agreed to put that into operation and maintenance. talking what we would like to do with that 28,000. I believe Councilman Lallam touched on it, that we don't really want to bank on this money in case in a 5-year contract it goes away, and we've got used to having it. And since the Wellness Center currently has no fund balance, basically, you know, there's no emergency fund. What we would propose to do is either create a restricted fund or have this unallocated, but it would be there if needed. So it'd still be always available unrestricted for O&M, but not to assign it as a yearly revenue stream. Does that make sense? Of kind of, so if we do run into all of a sudden we need, you know, shades in our windows and we can't wait for the next budget cycle, we would have that fund built up. And it can be either unrestricted or restricted, but I hesitate to actually put it in as a constant revenue stream when it could quickly be pulled really in 3 years, 5 years, and all of a sudden we're used to that 28,000, it's gone. You know, it's hard to deduct those expenditures or to find that replacement revenue. I'm open for complete input on that idea. I mean, Bruce, Mike, you guys were heavily involved in creation of that budget. What do you guys think?
I think that's a good idea. I would go along with that. That makes sense, I think. Go ahead, Kristen.
No, the only thing I was going to say is when we discussed the restricted and, restricted, there's ties to restricted. I mean, that would be where the board actually would restrict it. Now, what we can do is if the council would like to see it where it is set aside for capital, I think it would be appropriate to do it as assigned, where we just assign those dollars. And then the benefit of doing it that way is if it is needed because of something with a maintenance or issue like that, it's available, but it has an assignment to future improvements. So you still are separating it, but you don't have to have actual approval to use it. It would be more of,
Right.
Yep.
And that could still be O&M, correctly? I mean, if we
Yes.
ran over on a
Yes.
budget year,
Yep.
that would be the same as like the 201 account that we would pull into our fund balance.
Yep. And just to go back to the point at which when we were communicating this to the public prior to the vote, that's when we had done the original budgeting and everything for that, how we thought it would perform. One of our goals at that time that we did communicate was the establishment of assuming we felt we could get to a profitability stage on that money then we would create a fund without defining exactly what it was or how it was used, so that's where a lot of our capital dollars would come out, not building capital, but replacement equipment, things like that, then would come out of that fund so that we're not subsidizing back against our second penny. So,
Exactly.
So it was communicated then, and I know I've talked to Kristen about that, and I've talked to Shelley about that. I think we're now getting to the point where we probably have to very seriously take a look at that.
Yep.
And so that we can accomplish what we originally set out to accomplish on that facility, I think.
And that's what I think this does, is creates that nest egg.
Okay, we got Don Roby on the phone.
Okay.
What was the item that needed?
We need council action on the temporary salaries budget to redefine that number to the accurate number. Go ahead, Kristen. You can
It would be
explain
to increase the temporary salaries budget $91,500 for a total of $427,000.
And which one?
It's in Prairie Lakes Wellness Center, line item 41102.
And obviously that changes the bottom line then too.
It does, yep. So then the bottom line would become, for the total expenditures, it would be $1,462,175.
Dawn, are you still there?
I am here.
Okay, good. Just a slight delay. Yeah. Okay. Is there a motion to restore that?
I'll make the motion.
Motion by Danforth, second by Bueller. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed signify by saying nay. Motion carries. Thank you, Don. Wait.
Hold on
Don't
before-
hang up.
Because we're going
Mayor?
to we're hitting 212 yet
Did
too,
you
right?
reflect in the record that I joined the meeting?
Yes.
Okay, we're going through the 212 budget yet too tonight, right? Because we had a change to make to that one as well, as long as we got down on the line.
Okay, Don, don't hang up. You still there?
Okay.
Okay, we're moving to the 212 budget, and there was a sewer at the auditorium item we were going to add in
For 20.
20,000.
Yep.
$20,000. Is there a motion to add that in? Moved by Vilhauer, second by Y. Any discussion?
Is that the only item that we've changed on there?
Well, we haven't looked at it.
We haven't looked
Oh.
at it.
Well,
But we know we're going to make that one.
all right, I'm with that one.
Yeah. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed signify by saying nay. Motion carries. Okay. I think we'll
Yep,
call
only
you.
one, both sides.
You're going to be on the road a long time, probably longer than we'll be here. So we'll call you back if we need you.
All right, I got some time. Call me if you need me.
All right. Bye.
Thank you.
Okay. Back to Prairie Lakes Wellness Center.
And left.
Okay, that's ultimately what it is, but, we do project higher revenues and expenditures, so that's the the good news, and that's even absorbing the 48,000 capital in that budget, so.
Good.
So any questions that we can try and answer?
Anyone have any questions? I don't see any. So we'll move on. Ready to do capital improvement fund. So we will start. Councilman Vilhauer?
Kristen, do you know what our current fund balance is, ballpark, in this?
I want to say unreserved is sitting around the 7 million.
Okay, so if you want to go down through the budget, I didn't take any cuts. There's a lot of projects here, and I don't think we need to go through them one by one. This is published. There are no cuts to the capital outlay for public safety improvements, none to the street system improvements, none to the storm sewer and flood control projects, but there are some cuts to the recreation facility improvements. Quite a bit, actually. So I'll let the park department react to those cuts, to the park system cuts that I made, if there's anything you want to
I think
object.
I think what was left in is probably the precedent that we'd have, so the cuts
Okay.
were very doable.
Okay, thank you. So then we have industrial park. Oh, go ahead, Councilman.
I've got a couple of questions in the recreational facility section. The $405,000 for campground improvements. If I go back to the previous page, that includes the Jackson Park parking lot work, correct?
Yes, and
Okay.
and that's the one we discussed about earlier, that
Okay.
we could probably see that that amount going down, because the repairs to City Park won't be as great as what
Okay.
we originally envisioned.
Okay. And then second question, we've had this conversation off and on a number of different times. On the $175,000 that we are allocating or budgeting for the trail system or the bike trail, Jay, you passed out that spreadsheet earlier showing how we would pay for that over the course of the next several years. If we were to budget some more dollars to this, would that necessarily speed the project up?
If we use grant funds, it won't really speed the project up. That sheet I gave everyone kind of depicts breaking the $175,000 out per year and basing it using grants, and it looks with 2018 prices, it looks like it'll work out.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so moving on, the industrial park and other infrastructure, there were, I made no cuts there. I made no changes to the debt service payments or the miscellaneous transfers out. So the only thing would be you could possibly change the Jackson Park item, lower that a little bit to be reflective because we were adding something else in.
Didn't we decide that we were going to use some of those dollars for the repair of the odds bathroom?
For the 212, I
So-
think the 20,000 was
So-
going to come off that 405, but that I still believe that the council could utilize probably another 30,000 at minimum, if at your discretion, to rob from that project if you see anything else in
Right,
212.
but the record should reflect the detail of the repair and the reduction at Jackson Park, right?
Correct.
So wherever that needs to get changed in here, I think we allowed 20 grand, wasn't it?
Correct.
So should we make a motion for that? You want to make a motion?
To reduce.
Don't have to.
I mean,
Okay,
Just
and
make
we're,
the record
we're
reflect it.
showing an excess of money in that.
we are.
Okay,
So there's really, I'm not worried about deficit.
okay.
Okay,
Before
so
we move on to one, can I ask a
move
question?
on to construction fund. Special projects, let's see. So the council acted earlier in the year to increase that budget amount to 8.7 million for the ice arena. And you took action on that, so that's what the request was shown as, and that's what I showed for my budget. Any questions or comments about that? All right. I think we're done. We don't have a quorum, and there's nothing else to address, right?
No, can I ask a question? 'Cause I do get asked this a lot when we touched on it, and I know Rob's still here, but I do get asked a lot about, in aggregate, how much do we spend to maintain and repair our roads each year? And what, so we're talking about crack filling. I mean, so if we aggregated that,
I've looked at that many times, and
is there a rough number that,
numbers.
I really don't know
Well, the street system improvements are 2.6, but that doesn't cover all of it. 2.6 million out of, not counting the debt service, but out of what we're spending on I guess we gotta count the debt service. I'd like to ignore it, but it's probably a quarter of our budget that goes just to streets, but that is our single most, the most expensive single category of anything that we do. It's street improvements. Unless you look at park and recreation, things like what do we spend on recreation? Because we spend more on recreation than we do on fixing roads. But if you're looking at zoo as a separate thing and softball as a separate thing, then it's up there with the big ones.
And I know this is all about balancing. We could put all our money into roads and nobody'd want to move here because we have nothing to do. We got great roads.
Right.
But so it's a balancing act of what we do, but are we putting enough money into
We
our
are
streets?
not. I would like to increase that, but I will tell you, in visiting with the consultant that did our pavement management study, that we are above most communities all across the nation. And I have met with public works directors from all over the country. I've been numerous times to PWX, which is the International Public Works Conference, and people from all over the world come there, mostly from all over the U.S. And we spend a lot more on roads than most people, and I think that we're in better shape just from talking to what other people are faced with. And everybody, it doesn't matter where you are, you're going to have potholes in your roads. And everybody thinks the roads are the worst wherever you happen to be. But IMS, I trust them. They're from Arizona. They do pavement management analyses all over the country. And they said, not only are we spending more on roads, our roads are in better condition than most. So we're like getting somewhere in the B minus rating, where there's lots of communities that are in the F's and D's. And, you know, we're not getting an A. You can find bad roads all over town, but you can find bad roads all over every town, pretty much, unless it's a brand new town, you know, the ones that are expanding rapidly and started from nothing recently.
Well, I think that's good information to share with them, because that's the question that you get asked all the time. And,
right.
you know, look at this spring and summer, how many calls you get on roads.
I do share that every chance I get. And I will say, though, statistically, if we want to keep that score, we have to spend more. We need to spend more money on road maintenance, and I want to figure out how to do that. And we need to work on this general fund and take out things that we can, so that reserve that for the items that truly have no other means of support. And if we can reduce that park and rec transfer out, that'll go a long way to keep us in the black with our road improvements. And so that's my goal. We need to figure out how to do that. I see Colin wants to say something.
Just a quick comment on that. We have reviewed how to improve and try to extend those dollars as far as we can. And this is something Shane and I went over, Rob, and we talked about it with the state, the county, trying to figure out mixed designs for asphalt, trying to lower the cost, trying to extend that dollar a little bit more. And we did come up with a solution this year that we're getting a little more lineal feet per dollar than we have recently on our asphalt and stuff like that, because we did update our mix design in certain areas. And I think that that's going to help us go a long ways going forward.
Yep.
And that's just, I just wanted to share that, because we're constantly trying to figure out ideas to make that dollar go farther. And we know that that's important, especially in our community, and how our streets are.
Yep. And also, our standard for roads has evolved over time. We used to do 1.5 to 2 inches of asphalt on our standard streets, and we're up to 3 inches, which is still pretty thin. I think that we could really take a hard look at our development standards and reduce widths, increase depths, and that will go a long way to reduce our long-term costs. Every road doesn't have to have free-flowing traffic all the time. You know, if you're on a local road, I firmly believe that a little bit of slowing down, waiting for somebody to go through, and then you go around, you should expect to do that. You shouldn't expect to be able to drive 50 miles an hour down a local street. Maybe a collector route should be free and clear, but that's quite expensive to have the width. We've had 36-foot wide roads as our standard for even the smallest local routes for years and years. And not only is that expensive for developers to install, it's terribly expensive for us to maintain, and really not necessary. We don't, roads, they go to level of service. We don't need to be at a level of service A. A level of service C is perfectly acceptable. And I think we can take a look at that when we are planning to adopt some development standards, some design standards. And now that Heath is here, we're going to delve right into that immediately. And he's just adopted some design standards in another community. Just been through this exercise, so he's probably ready to puke, but it's all fresh in his head, so we'll jump right in.
You know, I did want to mention something too. What Colin was talking about with the new mix design and stuff this year, that did help lower our prices quite a bit. We're paying $59 a ton this year on our mill and overlay, where last year I think we were paying $74.50 a ton. Part of that is the mix design
too.
and competition in the bid. Plus, this year by doing Golf Course Road and out in that area, it's long straight runs, so we do get better prices on that. But I am looking at putting some of our own material that we mill off the roads back into the mix, which will save us additional dollars too. So something for next year.
Yep. So, anybody else want to talk about anything, or do you want to go home?
Better
You're excused.
Yeah.
Oh, Heath wants to say something.
May I, Madam Mayor?
Yes, please.
Yeah, it's kind of dangerous chiming in at this hour. I'm 14 hours into my first day, but I would like to just add that, you know, I'm looking forward to diving into the pavement management system that we have in place, working with Colin and the streets department closely, and got some experience with that and looking at, you know, what we're doing to do some of that preemptive maintenance. It sounds like we've got a good system going. We'll keep building on that and looking at, you know, the chip seal program, the crack seal program. And a lot of times with that pavement management, sometimes it seems counterintuitive to some of those surface treatment applications when we're out there applying some of those things on somewhat newer, relatively newer pavement. And that doesn't kind of that seems counterintuitive to the layperson that may not understand the pavement design concepts that go into that surface treatment, but that does go a long way in getting the full expected life out of those pavements.
Yep.
And then, of course, the design standards that you mentioned, I think, will go a long way in ensuring that you know, we're getting some good pavement life out of our pavements that we're putting down. So, just wanted to chime in on that briefly. So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. All right. Well, good night, everyone.